got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain. This fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescence and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical, therapy, and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder ADHD is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Souq News TV.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he found
Oh yes, it is. The front burners is Friday's edition. Good morning, I'm Blessing Aichi. I like to show to you that I went through nursery school. So 30 days at September, April, June, and November. All the rest are 31, except February alone, which is 28, but 29 in each leap year. So this is the 28th day in the month of February 2025. Some persons are saying, yay! And some are like, February so soon. I'll tell you why those who are saying yay will say yay. Yay is the end of month. The alert will soon come. You understand? That means something has entered your account. Your account will be in the green. For those who are going to push something out, they're like, why February? You just came, and before we could say hello, you're done already. Well, I know those two people, you know, people who are on side of February has come to an end finally, those who are saying so soon. One is on my right, the other is on my left. It's for you to tell who they are by the time I introduce you to them. So my partners are here this morning, Dr. Dawsa Osamaze and Peri Krumale, so you can know for yourself who's on the right and who's on the left. Good morning.
February, hold on. Don't be in a hurry.
He didn't even wait for you to do your own research.
February, hold on. Don't be in a hurry. There's still so much to be done.
Really?
Yeah.
But today is 28.
Good Nigeria is here to be again this morning on the front burner, where we make issues make sense. Be on that side, just keep faith with us, and we will bring you the best of programming today.
You look Friday-ish.
Oh.
Are you set to hit the gym or some Owambe, some party after right now?
Fridays for healthy walk.
Okay. And Peri Krumale.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Blessing. Good morning, doctor. You know what? I don't understand what blessing means by someone on my right, someone on my left. February is this, February is that. I do not understand.
But where are you?
Which chief are you?
What side are you?
I'm on the side of the good Nigerian people. I'm on the side of the good Nigerian people. Yeah, so what side are you? Are in the middle, right?
You see, I'm neutral, very neutral. But there's someone else we need to find out where she is. She's looking so Friday-ish, like she's just in a hurry to go catch some fun today. But before she does that, there's something she doesn't want you to miss. Let's go over to Swift Aderinto, who will bring us up to speed on current happenings. Hello, Swift.
They say
love and kindness are never wasted. They always make a difference. My name is Swift Aderito, and this is something you don't want to miss. Talking about kindness, the National Pension Commission has announced plans to ensure a living wage for retired low-income earners following the federal government's approval of 758 billion pension bond to clear out outstanding liabilities under the contributory pension scheme. The Director General of Pension, Omolola, disclosed this at a press conference in Abuja on Thursday. She said a defining milestone in our nation's pension administration has been achieved through the approval of 758 billion federal government of Nigeria bond to finally settle the outstanding pension liabilities under the contributory pension fund. She describes the bond as a major intervention by President Bola Tinubu aimed at restoring confidence in the pension system. This is good news because a lot of hardworking people who are about to retire have been terrified. But guess what? No more worries. Your pension fund is safe. My next story is the need for proper monitoring cannot be overemphasized as the Katsina State branch of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream and Petroleum Regulatory Authority on Thursday sealed 5 petroleum stations in the Northwest state for safety violations and under dispensing fuel, OTO. The routine operation led by the state controller Umar Mohammed was aimed at ensuring compliance with the industry standards and protecting customers' rights. The routine enforcement exercise focused on petrol stations which operational license had expired or failed to renew their licenses as mandated by the regulatory authority. Most of the affected filling stations were also sealed for their involvement in under-dispensing of fuel, shortchanging customers by delivering less than the standard liter and lack of safety equipment, including fire extinguishers and other essential tools. Good one for them, guys. I can't be paying for a liter. You're giving me less than, you know, what I'm paying for. And my third and final story says, there is no man in his right senses that feeds his neighbor and lets his children go hungry. And this can be linked to the United States as its government dramatically cuts budgets overseas of development programs with multi-year contracts and pound down to about 92%, which is about $54 billion by the State Department. On the first day of office, President Donald Trump signed an executive order demanding a freeze of all United States of America foreign aid accounts for 90 days. This pause was aimed to allow the administration to review overseas spending with an eye of cutting down programs which were not aligned with Trump's American First agenda. The review looked more at about 9,100 grants involving foreign assistance. As the conclusion of the review, 4,100 grants worth $4.4 billion were targeted to be eliminated, which is a 28% reduction program that was cut, including the only ones that were in cut would include food assistance, life-saving medical treatments for diseases like HIV and malaria. So we'll say, keep away from people who try to belittle your ambition. Small people always do that. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's go for a quick time out. And with the front burners, of course, we always have the beautiful blessing in the building, the amazing prayer, and the man who knows it all, Doctor. See you on the other side.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Corruption thrives in silence, but your voice can shatter that silence. Those are the words of Musa Adamu Aliyu, who is the chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, when he hosted media executives to a breakfast meeting where the ICPC availed media organizations' activities that they've been up to in trying to curb corruption in Nigeria. Now, this meeting was held yesterday in Ikeja, Nigeria, and Lagos, Nigeria, and a lot was said by the chairman, Musa Adamu Aliu, of the ICPC. He first appreciated the media for lending a voice to what the ICPC is doing, because when you get to read about what ICPC is doing, when you get to hear it on the news, it's because the media amplifies the voice of the ICPC. And then at that meeting, he also sued for more cooperation with the media so that every Nigerian can get to know what ICPC is doing. Now, they've been about a whole lot, including the ethics and compliance reports that they released about the MDAs in Nigeria, and also other activities, programs, even podcasts that the ICPC have set up to sensitize Nigerians about corruption because according to the commission, it's more about preventing corruption than fighting corruption. We'll just take a look at some of the highlights of the meeting, which involved the chairman notifying the media executives that were gathered there about the report of the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which scored MDAs in Nigeria according to compliance with their ethics, and also some of the intimates the media or some of the programs of the ICPC, such as the Care Policy Trust, the Constituency and Executive Projects Tracking, which ensures accountability in government-funded projects, and how they also plan to have one that prevents corruption in local government. So many programs that they've been doing. We will look at them and also talk about how far the works or the efforts of the ICPC has come in terms of reducing corruption or sensitizing Nigerians about corruption in the country. Doc. That meeting. Before that breakfast meeting, we had an interview with the chairman of the ICPC when the report was released. The Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard report was released. The spokesperson? Yes, okay. The spokesperson rather, I beg your pardon. We had that interview with him, and then he talked about the criteria upon which the scorecard was done, and the MDAs that were scored and had good ratings, and for others what was going to happen, so that everyone sits up and understand that this is not business as usual.
I think it was a very fruitful engagement yesterday. Fortunately, I was part of that meeting to some extent. And it was quite very, very refreshing to see that ICPC is also having to adopt a strategic communication to deal with the issue of corruption in Nigeria. And there was no better way to start that conversation than engaging with the fourth estate of the realm. And this was the second outing, because the first meeting was held in Abuja and the second one was held in Lagos yesterday. And what was the goal? To say, oh, this is what we're doing. We need the support of the media to be able to drive this narrative. So it's not just enough for us to crucify the institutions of government that they are not doing anything. And that was why he made that very profound statement yesterday, that corruption thrives where there is silence. Now, you look at the country where we live, like somebody raised yesterday, that when he traveled somewhere in Europe about 25 years ago, and they were addressing them, and he said, the German authorities said to them that they were actually having about 85% of their citizens that will naturally do what is right, and that they were pushing to meet up with the standard of the Scandinavian country, where 97% of the citizens are willing to do what is right. And I said, if you flip the card to Africa, for example, and you see how many people are willing to do what is right. And this is what ICPC actually had to deal with because you have a situation where people needs to be monitored, people need to be thoroughly supervised before they can do what is right. And so law enforcement become really very tedious in a society where you have maximum people who are not willing to do what is right, as against society where you have so many people who are willing and natural to do what is right. And I think this is where we need to do the campaign, because ethics is critical to the survival of every society. And where people behave unethically, where people circumvent the rules of the game, you find that corrupt practices abound. But when people understand what the rules are and they know what their part is in that contract, then it's very easy and simple for the regulators to be able to say, oh, we are pushing because we know when we put this information and people are able to receive it and do with it what is needed. And I think that was what the meeting was yesterday, but it was a great outing for ICPC.
Now, do you think that the situation where you have a lot of the citizens of a particular country or state willing to do what is right, as against what you have in Nigeria, where the challenge is a lot of persons not wanting to do what is right except they are monitored or supervised, does it come from the society that we live in, the family system, and then how it has been? You know, the background of people matters a whole lot. What you've been used to, what you see all around you, the environment. So is it an environmental problem that stems from the home down to the schools before people even get into the corporate setting, and then it's now a widespread issue? How do we begin to change that narrative where you have more persons who without supervision want to do what is right?
Okay, so for me, I think there's a gap between specifically the ICPC and the people. If you want these people, like Doc was talking about, making reference to Germany, where their objective is to make sure that they are consistently engaged and to communicate that effect to the people, that way it is the people, you know, to put it in the people, to make sure that they always want to do what is right. If in other climes, their law enforcement agencies are encountering lots of people, a majority of people appear to be people are not doing what is right, you know, science is more like a social science.
Behavioral science.
Let's investigate why don't you want to do what we know that there's this natural tendency for people not wanting to do what is right. But sometimes people may not be doing what is right as the only way to protest. As the only way to protest. I am not saying that is right. However, it calls for investigation. The gap between, will I say, the ICPC, and this time I'm not only talking about the ICPC, the Nigerian police, and even the law enforcement agencies, including the military. It is way worse before. Then now they've been making attempts to come closer to the people, but we're still very, very far apart. So if I were to give instances, let me just make an instance of a specific story I heard, and I'm saying teenagers went on carousing and went on a Friday night. Teenagers between the ages of 14 and 19. Okay, even though 19 is no longer a teen.
It's still a teenager.
It's still a teen.
Until they get to
but
20.
those ones are responsible when it comes to the law because they are above 18.
They are senior teens.
So they went out carousing over the night, and this happened in Nigeria. And they started misbehaving because they, you know, started engaging in doing things like taking alcohol and all of that. They got caught up by police officers. Oh, sorry, it was not in Nigeria. They got caught up by police officers. Do you know what happened? These police officers, you know, sometimes the law says one thing. Other times there's action that police officers will take or the law enforcement agencies will take that, you know, makes the public to secure their trust. They kept them, and in the morning, when they were done and their eyes were opened and they realized where they were, you know, when we were thinking in other climes, some other things were happening, but they took them to the house and brought them back home because the parents and all of that were already worried of their children and they brought them back home. And that went with a stern warning that next time you will be treated as adults and will make you responsible for your actions. Now, compare that in other climes, or let me come back to Nigeria. If a group of persons that were caught by the law enforcement agencies, I don't want to say something that may happen, but Nigerians already have in their mind what may happen. So in instances like that, they are bridging the gap and building trust with the community that they have been saddled with the responsibility to watch over, to make sure that they do right. And not only that, but they are also communicating a part of themselves as an institution that, look, you can trust us.
Okay.
We are not here to victimize you. We are not here to make sure that we are just waiting for you to fault, skip,
you see,
the law and pounce on you.
When I hear conversation like this from Priye, it just gives me away, because this is the thing we see in our environment.
Let's also look at this. The reason people don't do what is right, or many persons don't do what is right, he raised the issue of rebellion or protest, people wanting to protest, and so some don't do what is right. Could that also be the part of the reward system? People who started doing what is right, but over time I've also watched to see that there is there seems not to be a reward for right doing, but there seems to be plenty of rewards for wrongdoing. At the same time, there seems not to be commensurate punitive or penalty for wrongdoing.
You see,
this made a lot of persons change over time to say,
this is the argument for me that is always very worrisome when we speak about our environment. And people want to live in paradise, but they don't want to walk to get into paradise. So we do things that take us to hell, and then we are dreaming to enter paradise by accident, which cannot happen. Ethics has nothing to do with what the state is doing. It has to do with your person.
But is it not a two-way traffic?
Let me give you one particular instance. You see one video on air where Donald Trump was saying to his grandchildren and warning them stealing from the house, don't do drugs, don't drink alcohol. I'm your grandfather, I've never taken drug, I don't drink alcohol. That's a grandfather speaking to his grandchildren. And little wonder you find that there was a time they were asking Hillary Clinton, what good thing do you see about Donald Trump? And the woman said, well, I don't see any other thing but his children are well raised. The task of raising children is not government. It's parents. Why will you, for example, allow your child to go and be drinking party, and then you are asking government to be cuddling them, and that is the only way that you can instill righteousness in them?
But you look at even when the children are well raised, they get into an environment outside of their home.
There is no environment. You see, the problem we are having is that we are having multiplicity of families who have left what they are supposed to be doing for their children, that the responsibility of raising a child rightly belongs to them, and therefore we are handing over. And that's why I was quite very fundamental in making that remark. It was not even the ICP's chairman who made it. It's one of the guild of editors who made that remark. That they were told that in that society you are seeing that many people, and he gave a figure, 87% of Germans are ready to do what is right, whether somebody is watching or not watching.
Can we check why they're ready to do what is right?
Now, what that means to you is that even if you have law enforcement agents, they have to spend their energy only with 13% of the population. So policing becomes simple.
How did they get to 87%?
And they were saying that they were doing more because their neighbors, the Scandinavians, 97% of them, of their population, are willing to do things that is right without any eye watching.
Okay, so the question is, why are they willing? Because they are good people by nature,
what we are talking about.
System made them that way.
You see, and that's the power of religion, and that's because before the Reformation happened, there were not so much happening in Europe. Europe was like Africa, worse off. Intercommunal wars, all manners of crime you can think about, they were all happening. But when Reformation happened, which of course a point somebody also made yesterday, and they say I'm a pastor, and of course the church is also worse off. That what are we supposed to be doing to our children is that the society has responsibility to raise up good products, and that reduces the effort of government. But when you see that you have an environment where everybody supports what is not right, if you use public bus like I do in Lagos, and you see that the driver is misbehaving, and you try to say, oh, what you are doing is not right, even everybody inside the bus, they come against you as if you are the enemy of the people. Now when you find environment like that, it is difficult. There's no reward system for crime in Nigeria, for God's sake.
Are we sure about that? Are we sure that there is no reward system?
There is no reward system of any sort.
I do not agree with that.
No,
there seems to be a reward system. Okay, yes, I'll tell you what the reward system is. So someone who has been accused of embezzling funds, you're expecting that, investigations are done. If the person is found guilty, as you will find in other crimes, there are actions taken. This same person, after a while, you don't hear anything about it, is given more appointments. Someone who is well known in the society, who does illegal activities. In this context, you could even find maybe what they call a Yahoo boy, an internet first and all, is given chieftaincy title. Is that not a reward?
No. I'll give you one example.
All right, so why
would the person who wants to follow a legal means not want to copy that?
Dr. Sam Adeyemi said once that he was on a flight with Baba Enoch Adeboye, and he had the opportunity to speak to him and said, Papa, you are here, and many like you in Nigeria. We are praying for Nigeria and things seem not changing. What is the problem? And he said, the man of God said, oh yes, we have to continue to pray. I said, is that all your answer? And he said, the man asked him a question that up to tomorrow he's still pondering. And what was that question? If all armed robber gathers and they want to elect a leader among them, will they elect an honest policeman to be their leader?
No.
So this is the challenge. So when armed robbers gather and they want to choose a leader, they will not choose an honest policeman to be their leader. They will choose one of them to be their leader. So that's not a reward system. It's only good to say that fundamentally a lot of things are wrong. See, the problem.
But that's in the community of armed robbers. So the honest policeman has no place being there.
No,
we're talking now about the system.
That is what I'm saying. So if you have an environment where everybody seems to be wired to do what is wrong, who will push the right?
Who does that wiring?
What constitutes that wiring? Can I say something?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, so I think we can never have a system where everybody, not 99% of people are ready to do what is right. That's a utopian society. It will never materialize.
Would you say 99?
It will never come to existence.
87%.
See, you said about 97% of Scandinavians want to do what is right.
Naturally.
And I can tell you that there's a specific percent of Nigeria, and I can say they fall drastically below that 97%. And I can even say they fall even below 50% that wants to do what it is.
We can't even say that they fall below 50%.
Okay, fine. Let's even say
how we arriving at
I am saying that because I want to even paint the picture that
I want to just paint a picture that there are some certain people, even in the most gory and corrupt environment, that still want to do what is right.
True.
And if you want to do what is right, and there are instances where the institutions of government, the ICPC needs to understand something. Gathering media executives to sit down on a table to let them know that, look, you are playing a critical role in supporting us and fighting corruption in this country, and you are doing good, and we want to make sure that this relationship continues so that we can make our society a decent place, is good. It doesn't mean that the media is not going to talk about the ICPC and let it out to them that, look, there were areas that you have been found falling or coming short. And they need to equally have opening and listening ears to listen to that. There is a whistleblower law in place, and I am glad that in the document the chairman or the head actually referenced the whistleblower policy. When it started, it was coming up strong. All of a sudden, it died down. It died down for why? Because someone went to blow whistle to the law enforcement agencies, and he was exposed in this country. So how would you secure the trust of these Nigerians who will secretly come and tell you that, look, I think something is happening in my vicinity, I think something is happening in my organization, and people are funding funds, and they give you name, they give you certain things. And in fact, sometimes when those matters are being investigated, they're even referencing the whistleblower, okay, give us evidence. How can armed robbers be robbing you at your vicinity, in the environment where you live? You call the police officers, they will tell you to make a video and send an evidence first before they will come. Does that make sense? Of course it doesn't. That's the whistleblowing. Why not respond first?
But we have
to make sure.
We are actually saying the same thing. That the people who are in the police force, the people who are in the ICPC, the people who are in immigration, the people who are in customs, they are Nigerians.
Okay.
And if they fall within that threshold we are talking about, who are not willing to do what is right, so which means you will need effort to set up an agency to watch the agency that is watching the agency.
We'll come to that. We need to take a clip right now.
You may likely not win. But what I'm saying in essence, it's like the people talk about security is the business of everybody. So is also the task of fighting corruption. Is everybody's work.
Okay.
I make reference.
Doc, we'll come back to that. No. But let's quickly take the clip where the chairman of the ICPC thanked media executives about their role in fighting corruption.
ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms.
Okay, that was the chairman of the ICPC there talking during the breakfast meeting held in Ikeja, Lagos, with media executives. So if we look at the report of the commission, it says that 1.4 million individuals were physically reached through 579 sensitization exercises conducted under its community engagement programs. Now, we've been talking about people wired negatively, people not wanting to do what is right, and Pere also raised the point of having engagement, coming down to the level of the citizens and have them participate in what the ICPC is doing. So they were able to make some engagement. We're hoping that they're able to do much more this year. And I believe that's why they sought that breakfast meeting, to have cooperation with the media so their voices can be amplified. Now, as we wrap up on this, the question is this. Now, if people have been raised in the background in an environment where wrongdoing seems normal, how do we rewire this wrong configuration to have a better society? Do we go using punitive measures? Is it sensitization, appealing, using religious houses? What do we need to do?
I think what we can do is still going to go back to public education, where basic moral agents in society take their role in building an ethical society. Who are these moral agents? We have religious bodies, whether they are Christian, whether they are Muslim, because the core teaching of this basic religion is ethics and morality. Now, we have traditional institutions whose primary duty is to socialize their indigents or the people around them to do what is right. But where do we have the disconnect? Which is hugely that people go into the state deliberately to exploit the state for their advantage. I've used this over and over again. A friend of mine once told me that somebody was appointed a minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and he had a reception for him in Lagos. And all his town people came in and they gathered around him, and they said to him, you know, this is an Iroko tree that you have climbed. You can only climb it once in your lifetime. When you are coming down, all the firewood you will need to cook till the end of your life, bring it down.
So if he does that, it then means that it's no longer an Iroko tree by the time he leaves.
So this is what we have been doing over the years. And that's why you find that even when the law enforcement agents grab some people, for example, you see communities of people coming out with placards to demonstrate. We have seen people who have stolen their state dry and were jailed and imprisoned elsewhere with loud ovations and drum roll out by their community people to welcome them.
That's a reward system.
So, the community don't see anything wrong about stealing public funds, for example. That's why I say to people, in this country, virtually no crime you will do that even religious leaders will be calling to put a leeway and bend the rule for some certain people. I was watching one program on radio yesterday where they said, oh, somebody has violated the rule of an institution in Nigeria. And some people are saying that there's an exception to the rule. And usually there's and this is a lawyer speaking, there's an exception to the rule because it's just 1% that the law should have been bent for her. You can imagine, and this is on national media, that because somebody violated the rule, and he said that they have to bend the rule for her because it's a her. Now, when you live in an environment where everybody seems to be thinking in this direction, and you are only casting aspersion on people who stand for what is right, it is difficult to build. But I think that most importantly, parents should take responsibility for the children that they are raising.
But it was not so.
And it is not the role of the government to raise children.
Okay. It was not so from the beginning. We know that African communities are communal in nature, and it was a practice at a time that children are not raised only by your biological parents. You do something wrong in the community, they don't even wait for your parents to come before you are told that is wrong, before you are penalized for that wrongdoing. And by the time your parents come around and they are informed of what you've done, they add to your punishment. So everybody frowned at what was wrong and people applauded what was right. But something changed over time where you now have more people giving standing ovation for what is wrong and very few people saying this is right. How do you think we can get back to the point where the voices of those who are speaking for what is right becomes louder than the voices of those who are applauding evil?
Well, the thing is, the people in society have a role to play. The people in government who have been saddled with that responsibility have a role to play. The law enforcement agencies have a role to play. Now, most times they say police is your
friend.
But people need to understand that
bail is free. Let's complete it.
Yes, people need to understand that people need to understand that statement. The police is your friend does not mean he's supposed to give you a pat on the back and when he sees you doing something wrong. There are some places you go to, motor parks, you will see police officers there.
Being friends.
You will see commercial vehicle drivers there, and you will see the normal park, or will I call them touts, or let me not even call them touts, the park boys there, and the things they do, the things they smoke, and police officers are there. Maybe why the police officers not reining them in? Now we know that there are some certain areas that can happen. There are some certain areas that cannot happen. In fact, you don't even need to see police officers before you keep yourself back from not doing some certain things. But I think maybe those police officers there too are afraid of their lives. Okay, maybe the police officers too are afraid of their lives. They are afraid of their life that we live in this community, these boys know us, and by the time we start going after them in such a strong fashion, they will attack our families. If they can't get to us, they can get to our children and all of that. So on the part of the government needs to make extra provision for safety, even for the officers. And for those who will come back and cry, I'll call the police agencies and all of that, we will need so that they can have those people protected. Whoever is blowing the whistle, no matter whose us is God, those people who blow the whistle, we should never be exposed. Should never, ever be exposed. Their names, their nicknames, their description anywhere should not be mentioned. Because when we do that, we build trust with the people in society, and people can be willing and they will come forward to give information that the agencies will require.
I just wanted to answer Blessing's question. How did we come here?
Yes.
About 3 weeks ago, I was preaching, and he said, those days when we were growing up, if a church member is seen to have committed a sin, there's a role that is reserved in the front where sinners sit in the church.
So you can hear the word very well.
Yeah, they sit in the front, and everybody in the church understand that that is the sinner's seat. And until they mourn their sin, and the church come back to say, well, you have been forgiven, go and sin no more. And they are reintegrated back into the church. And people were glad to do those days. And I asked them today, if somebody do a crime today, and you ask that person to sit in the front row, he will call you the bluff. Because right there down at the other side of the road, there's one church who's waiting.
Did you say one? They're like 10.
To embrace them and say, well, we don't really care about what you are doing. It's your soul that we are interested about. What your physical body is doing is immaterial. Now, this is the real deal in our society. That now even churches are afraid to correct their members. So discipline had gone down. Today we have people build houses that are walled. In those days, everybody lived in one simple community. When you are doing something, everybody is other person's parent. Those days when you beat a child, like you said, the parent will increase the beating. Now you go and try it today. I have a friend who used to be a teacher in Magodo here. And he said one of the child misbehaved. And he tried to punish that child in a secondary school. The father came with a gun to the school. And he flew through the window and ran away. In short, he disappeared from Lagos. For scolding a child of an irresponsible man.
What did the school authorities do?
Now, the school authority are even made worse because, number one, they don't want to lose their pupil.
Take them to court. Your friend, the teacher, should take the school and the man to court.
But you know it's not so easy to pursue
justice. How is he going to get justice?
This is where
that's
the
why
challenge is.
You see, that option.
Pray is speaking as if he just came back from Canada. This is Nigeria.
Does it have the resources?
But when you mention Canada, you are talking about ideal society, and that's where we are going. That's where we should be.
Even the Canada we're talking about and other countries, it is not as ideal as we paint it to be. You know, when you talked about someone saying 87% of Scandinavians are willing to do what is right, even without being monitored. And I asked, how did they come about that 87%? And what was the criteria in measuring that they are willing to do what is right without being monitored? That's not to say that the people there are not well raised or they don't want to do what is right. But let's also look at it this way. Now, if you put a system in place where it is very difficult for you to get away with any wrongdoing, if you flout the rules, if you disobey traffic rules, there is hardly a chance of you getting away with it. You will have that consciousness, and over time it grows with you. So whether or not you are now in a place where there are no systems checking you, because you have been flogged or whipped into line, it is now your default setting, what you do consistently over time. Now you give birth to children, you are raising them that way based on your new default setting. There is a system that aids people wanting to do things right, not that by their own nature. If there were no systems for check and balance, those 87% of people, all of them, will naturally do what is right. Same way on the side. It is not that people don't want to do what is right. Some persons are raised in very good homes, but when they come out, it's just like you take fish out of water. They can't survive because the environment that they get into chokes every good virtue that they have imbibed. Even when they want to, you have seen people on the road, there's traffic lights saying stop, and maybe it's at night or it's early in the morning. Somebody parks and the other driver is wondering, are you okay? There's no traffic officer here to catch you. You can just move. Why are you waiting? So that person feels like the odd one out in the midst of those who would rather break traffic rule because there is no traffic officer to catch them. These things are sometimes innate, and it's because of what people watch and see over time. Now, when some Nigerians leave these shows and they get out there, maybe that person has been an outlaw right from birth, but because you have come into a society where you find less outlaws like yourself, and there is the system that checks your excesses, they bend and they change. They now become people who do what is right, because there's a system that will catch them if they don't do what is right. Over time too, it gradually becomes their default setting until they come back to a society where you can easily get away with wrong thing. So it's on both ends. There is a social part which talks about the family, the society. There is a government part. You are also watching the leaders who are talking. Now, after a time, you find that, they said that this DG of this particular MDA has stolen so and so amount of money. Now, you are waiting for what will happen. You never get to see the end of that case. Before you know it, that DG moves up to a higher position. Because it's modeling. It is what you are seeing. The young child who is growing, who has been taught hard work pays, is seeing the man who is not hardworking but is very rich. What are we modeling? So these things are contributing.
This is exactly why the ICPC gathered the media yesterday. Because the Constitution of Nigeria says every man is presumed innocent of an alleged crime until it is proven otherwise by the court of competent jurisdiction. Most of the cases, and this is a problem with even law enforcement agents, that you have cases, investigations have not been done, we have not even got into the nitty-gritty of the case, and then we go to the press to say Mr. XYZ allegedly has stolen X amount of money. And that, the people call it media trial. Now, so you go to the front, but you don't have evidence. And in the face of the law, evidence is the king. This has been the problem, and that's what ICPC is trying to correct. See, if you flag somebody, there's a need to do investigation. If you go to other systems in the world, what happens is that people are suspected, and FBI, for example, in America, can take 1 year. CIA can take so many years investigating, gathering evidence before coming to the public to say, well, this person is a suspect. And when they are saying that, they will have incriminating evidence at their disposal. But what we do here is that, this money is missing. And we just go to the press, like they said, Akata General of Nigeria stole 80 trillion in a budget that is less than 20 trillion. How does it happen? What is the substance? And that's why even as a station we say, look, there's not even point to say calling names until those cases are executed by the competent court of jurisdiction before you can now begin to call and name. Because most of those times, those media trial corrupt the system and we don't get the right feedback to come out. But most fundamentally, for our viewers today, the responsibility to raise a child belongs to the parent. Okay. And if you cannot raise your child well, then there's no business having one.
Yes, I believe that with what the ICPC has done, asking for more cooperation with the media, and hopefully to have more physical engagement, sensitization of communities of Nigerians on the need to avoid corruption, because prevention is better than cure. If many persons understand why they should not engage in corrupt practices, I believe that we will be able to get there. But let's also strengthen the system where we don't give a slap on the wrist to those who have been found wanting in any area, those who abuse power, those who abuse their offices. And for those who still live in communities where it is okay for you to correct your neighbor's child, but do it in a way that you are not further abusing the child. Because sometimes why parents frown at teachers reprimanding their kids is the manner in which sometimes it is done. You want to flog a child, you just give scars to the child, the parents will frown. You want to scold a child, you are more like condemning that child, intimidating, verbally abusing the child. The parents too would not like it. So let's do things right and not say and not cause more harm while trying to prevent one. Now we'll move on to the next story, which talks about Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency intensifying its crackdown on businesses and institutions violating environmental laws, sealing multiple establishments across Surulere, Lagos mainland, Agege and Kushofe. The enforcement operation targets noise pollution and the legal siting of gas refilling plants in residential areas, both of which pose serious risks to public health and safety. I'll start with noise pollution. It seemed like it's a normal thing right now. So when you even see this environment is too noisy, people tend to look at you like, what are you talking about? You know, you have lounges everywhere, what they call beer parlors everywhere. You have religious houses everywhere with loudspeakers pointed in the direction of people's houses. And then you're wondering, are we God you're praying to? Why is your speaker directed to our house? You should be praying to God, not to us. You know, different people having parties and blocking the road, and it's so noisy. And when you talk, it seems like, are you an enemy of progress? The celebration ongoing. Shouldn't there be a way to carry on social activities, religious activities, without necessarily causing a disturbance to the next person? But there are agencies in charge of this. How do these people escape them? But now the government is talking about it. Is it something that will a matter that will be hot for a while, and after some time you find that it cools down, Doc?
Well, again, we go back to the same building blocks. Our societies. So what are our values? What do we believe in? And it is unfortunate that we have a society where people only think about themselves alone and not think about the comfort of the other person. And the way nature really wired us is that we live for others, really. But the reverse is the case in our environment, and this is why you are seeing some of all these things. And there are 1,001 reasons why this is so. You know, yesterday, while the conversation was going, and people were thinking about why is there so much corruption in the environment, And somebody said, oh, it is because there's so much poverty in the environment. And I said, I beg to disagree. Because as a child, I actually had thought that poverty was responsible for corruption. Until I see people who were poorer than we were, and they were very forthright. And this is because the system had disciplined them. Same fundamental issue that we raised, and I told you about the fundamental factor that reformation played in the Scandinavian countries and in Western Europe to transform the lives of the individuals. That religion became very impactful in those society that created the background to what we see today. And that's why you see in some certain part of Scandinavian country, prisons house are shut down and turned to schools because nobody's entering the prison. And this is because those institutions are emphasizing one thing: ethics, morality. So why will somebody go and plant a gas refilling in a residential place when they know the danger that can pose to the people? A simple one reason: I want to make a life. What happened to others is not my business. But you can also be the victim, as it were. What will make somebody to go and build on top of a covert and block it off, except for him and himself alone? And then by the time waters don't find their natural course, erosion comes, roads are destroyed, and it really don't concern them because government continue to waste money. And I think these are issues. Why would somebody bring out waste from their homes and dump it in the middle of the road? These are questions we have to ask ourselves. And we say, oh yes, but to have law enforcement, how many of them can we have? Do we need to recruit 200 million policemen to look after the 200 million people we have in Nigeria? So these are the questions that are begging for answers.
Let's try to answer some of them. One of them is the role of the law enforcement officers. We may not have so much of them, but we have some of them. Why do we constantly have these issues? Is it a matter of some people sleeping on their duty till it becomes a very big problem?
Well, in their website, the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, they have their phone numbers, they have their social media handles there where they feel whoever or whatever organization or whoever is constituting noise pollution in their environment can call, can send a message to them, and they can take that up and
do they respond
accordingly. So the thing is, if they've made provision for that, it will be their responsibility to, at every moment in time, enlighten the public through the arm of the local government institution. Because the local government institution, Doctor was mentioning several issues, dumping filth on the road and a whole lot of abusive disposition that the public do. Those are functions of the local government. Is it about waste management? Is it about even noise pollution? Is it about even sometimes naming of streets? Or setting up where kiosks or shops can line up and sell their products, their wares, and where not to line up? These are functions of the local government. The thing is, are the local government carrying out these functions? If yes, okay, in executing these functions, do they breach the law by citing kiosks and shops where they're not supposed to allow the people to sell there because it's going to bring in IGR into the local government, or maybe someone is doing that personally to make do with that money for personal purpose, is allowing those who operate those shops, those who, in fact, local government at the level of society is even supposed to regulate the sale of alcohol, naming of dumping of refuse.
There was in Nigeria or in Lagos State where every last Saturday of the month is known as Lagos State-wide Environmental Day. That Saturday of the morning, you are not allowed to go anywhere until 10 a.m. unless, and that between 7 or 6 to 10 a.m., you're expected to clean your environment, clean the drainage, clean the gutters, and keep your environment clean. And the local government council officers and environmental protection officers are walking around inspecting the houses in the streets. And if you're found wanting, you will be fined by the local government. In fact, sometimes they enter into your compound and come to the back of the house to check the structures to make sure that they are standing properly, to make sure that even inside the compound where you live is well kept, not only the external environment. That as we speak, the only part of Lagos that does it now is the markets, because the markets where perishable goods and non-perishable goods are sold, because of the influx of people and the activities there, they just have to make sure that every Thursday of the week they carry out such cleaning, and they are still making progress. But that of Lagos-wide environment exercise is becoming, or if not become, something of a past. We need to revive that. And LASEPA needs to take it up. Yes.
It is not only in Lagos State that this culture of environmental sanitation is dying. You find that happening in several other states. It used to be a monthly thing. And like you said, if you were found outside of your house, maybe going somewhere else when you should be observing the environmental sanitation period,
yes,
you will be fine. Then they used to arrest them. They used to have environmental officers that would arrest persons who are not observing it. But as time went on, that culture died, except in the marketplaces. And even in some marketplaces, they just while away time. Nobody actually does cleaning. You even find some of them in some areas hiding to sell. Before that 10 o'clock time, it gets to when they can open the market. Cleaning is not really happening there. Now let's come to LASEPA. I personally have called and even sent messages on an issue concerning noise pollution. Do you know what they asked me to do? Provide them with audio and video evidence. And then I was wondering, what is your job in the office? If I have called you and given you certain details, do I now need to go further by providing you all the evidence while you sit in your office and do what exactly? So we're talking about whistleblower policies here, and you're asking for certain details that does not even protect the person, and you're further demanding that the person goes ahead to do your duty. So these are the issues. You are just an agency sitting down there not doing anything. People are even calling your attention to things, and you're asking them to go further by sending you evidence. To do what? So at the end of the day, are you even going to take steps on the evidence when you cannot even respond to calls and messages? So that's how situations like this happen, and people find that nothing happens to those who are breaching the environmental laws. More people get into the habit. Before, if you were citing a lounge or a bar or a club, there are certain rules that you must obey. You must ensure that you are doing it within a place where it's enclosed, so the noise from your premise doesn't get out. There's a certain level the noise needs to get to. It should not exceed that. Who obeys that law anymore? It happens and nothing is being done, except in certain areas of the city, certain areas of Lagos State where they are now going about. Maybe because those who are there have pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed hard enough, very hard enough. But do we need to be a push and start society where you have people who need to push to the extent where you have to now begin to exert certain influence, and based on the influence of those who are calling for your attention, you move. But if you don't have people who are pushing to that level, you don't do anything. Now, how do you allow situations to degenerate to a certain level before you begin to act? And even this acting doesn't look like what will be sustainable. So it looks a lot like a lot of people sleep on their duties. So I don't think that should be the case. If we have a ministry for environment or a ministry in charge of environmental protection, they should be up and doing. There should be sensitization. Some persons don't even know that some of these things can be reported. Before you have one gas plant sited in one area and you have many of them, it becomes a culture, it becomes a norm. It started someday. It started one day. What is the local government and those around doing? So people just turn a blind eye on things until it becomes a menace. That's when we wake up, we now want to start tackling the issue.
But it's well stated. One of the issues that I want to take up was that during those days, you have the environmental sanitation. People just sleep up to 10 o'clock and then they go out of their house. And that, of course, has defeated the purpose of the law. They call it the Nehemiah principle. Everybody was to clean their front gate and then the entire society become clean. Now, that's not done. Even up to today in Lagos, Thursday is environmental sanitation for markets. Every Thursday. Now, what do you see? People sleep because shops open at 10 and they sleep from morning, and by 9 o'clock they leave their houses and they are going back to the business and the places are not clean. And this is what you are dealing with as a person. Now, I don't know how government is going to regulate that to go and carry people from their house to come to their business places to clean the environment. Now, these are the issues. And if government decide to fine, then of course we have a way of crying against and say, oh, it's harassment. Government is insensitive. They are adding to the problem of the people. We have a way of blackmailing those who are in authority, and that is very clean and it's simple. Yet, but again, you also have to be wary as an institution that, okay, you're actually reporting that there's a noise pollution somewhere. Probably the time these guys are going to come, maybe it's a vigil. You actually need to be in your environment to, for example, take an audio record. What that helps also do is that the agencies that are coming are not going to be acting in ignorance and say, yes, somebody sent in this and this is what happened. And then they can come and investigate the environment to see that there's actually pollution. Because also, one of the issues yesterday that the ICPC mentioned was the fact that immediately that executive order of the whistleblower was given by the Buhari administration, that even himself had whistleblown against him for people who were wanting to make claim. It's not that anything happened. They just, and if you remember, a lot of people actually were jailed for blowing the wrong whistle, for where things didn't happen. And they cooked up stories because they were thinking that if you just cook up that story, you can claim money from government. So these are the things that even make some of the law enforcement really very tedious in our environment. And that is why my own way of looking at some of all this issue is the fact that righteousness exalts a nation. They say cleanliness is next to godliness. Yeah, but we have very religious society, but we are so unclean. And you remember that Patrick O'Kay made this remark when we're talking about the radio and the environment, and he said even cleaning around the environment is a task that is given to us, because not even for government, it's for our health, so that people don't take cholera, people don't get typhoid and malaria. It's for our good. It's not doing government any good. And I don't even think government should even be spending money enforcing those kind of rules. That's something that you need to do for your own personal good, and you're expecting somebody to come and enforce a law for that. And I think these are things that society needs to do. But like somebody said, how are we educating our young ones in our primary schools, what their obligations are to government? That is not just an examined course or subject, but an internalized value that children come out from school with, that they understand that they have a responsibility to keep their environment clean, they have a responsibility to obey the laws of society. And once this is inculcated in them at elementary, they grow up with it. And like I said, if you are able to inculcate this discipline on a child, when they grow up, it doesn't leave them.
I know that a lot of persons would want to, those who live in Lagos or those who even live outside of Lagos, wish to live in Banana Island. But it's better to live in Banana Island than live in Banana Republic. So we can choose which we want it to be. A society that is sane, an environment where people can even think. People can hear themselves when they talk rather than shouting at the top of their voices because the noise in the environment is too much. Now, we don't need to get too religious to the extent where we don't care about the next neighbor. We can do things decently and still carry on our activities in the way that it should be. Cleanliness, they say, is next to godliness. Some of the diseases that we spend money treating can be prevented if we live within a clean environment. Now, when you live with filth, you are calling for rodents, you are calling for pests. And these rodents and pests sometimes will find a way to where you keep your food. So it's a lot of service to yourself, for yourself, when you keep your environment clean and when you consider your neighbor, because that neighbor that you're probably disturbing with noise might find a way of also retaliating by in his own way, and so it becomes a very noisy environment. For the authorities, we ask that you do more to check a lot of these abnormalities that we find in society. Banana Island is still better than Banana Republic, and Banana Republic is not something that it's not a place that anyone can enjoy. By that I mean a lawless society, a chaotic society. You and I will not enjoy. But I know you've enjoyed news analysis today on the front burners. Let's take a break. We'll return with policy discuss. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful
details it plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring Souq to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes the why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for Souq News.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souq Enlightenment. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a
We're glad that you're still with us on the front burners today, and this is the time for Policy Discuss. The building industry in Nigeria, or we can say the construction industry in Nigeria, is a very large one that employs numbers of people, and this is also business for the companies that provide the services. But when we talk about local content, we're talking about the raw materials used in the construction industry, the services coming from within. Today we have architect Ovie Benite, who is an architect, who will be speaking to us on building capacity and local content in Nigeria's construction industry. Good morning, sir. It's great to have you here in the studio physically.
Good morning. Thank you. It's crazy what's happening out there on the roads. Traffic is they're broken down trucks, you know, all kinds of things. But I'm glad to be here.
Well, great. We're happy we can have you here. The last time we had a conversation with you, it was virtual.
Yes, it was.
When we talk about the construction industry in Nigeria, that's a very big sector, given the activities ongoing there and the amount of money that passes through that industry. But we find that sometimes companies that take a large chunk of the money are foreign companies. How do we build capacity to ensure that Nigerian industries or Nigerian companies are benefiting hugely from the construction industry?
Thank you. The construction industry is the largest employer of labor in any country. The largest employer. Everything that is used in any economy is built by the construction industry. So, you and I need to appreciate what the skills required in the industry are, and then deliberately build those skills within your local community. It's deliberate. If you're not deliberate about it, foreigners will take over the whole space. Now, you've got to understand that we have a critical gap. That gap is in our psyche. That gap is that certain things can't be done well by us. You know, this is 2025. I was born in 1960. The word I makes me cringe each time I hear it today in Nigeria is Oyibo. Because that word gives a connotation of superiority that doesn't exist except in our minds. So a workman in Nigeria will straighten up and behave properly when he's working for an Oyibo, but will be lax and, loose when he's working for a Nigerian. Now, the difference is, thank you, the difference is quality and standards. Quality and standards. We are emotional people, so we don't enforce strictly rules and guidelines. Standards, we don't teach our people standards. Now, let me give you a simple example. This table has a standard height. Anywhere in the world, this table height for this conversation, a conference table height is standard. Now, how many of our people know the standard height of this table because it has been shown to them? Very few. They just do it as they've seen it done. So we have a huge capacity gap that we need to deliberately fill. Otherwise, artisans from Europe, artisans from Asia, artisans from the Arab world come here and take management positions because they have knowledge. Artisans, they have superior knowledge, and then the color of their skin. They are artisans, I tell you. They are carpenters, they are plumbers.
Okay, all right. I want to take you on the capacity building, but you made a very fundamental remark while you were responding to Blessing. That is, there are broken down vehicles on the road. What's wrong with our maintenance culture as a people?
Well, we don't have one. We don't have a maintenance culture. Look, you've got to understand that there's something innately wrong with our psyche. I'll give you an example. A man has 5 luxury cars parked in his garage, but the road that goes to his house is broken, and he has the influence to get the road fixed, but he says no, he won't get it fixed, because if perchance they come and steal any of his cars, before they're able to maneuver through the bad road, police will have arrived to arrest them.
So the bad road is a security measure.
So keeping the bad road is a security measure.
Oh my God.
You can see the kind of mental problem we have. But see, it's a leadership problem, right? Now, if the leader determines that this is the way that we will go, people are not inherently bad. People are waiting to be shown what to do. So the general direction of leadership in Nigeria is mediocrity. So I was responding to somebody, a post on social media. Somebody gave a contract to a contractor. He has built pillars. You can see the iron rods coming out from the top. But the entire inside, no iron rods.
Oh, I saw that yesterday.
I sent it to you. And he pushed the pillar down. And somebody says, be careful of who you give your contract to. I said, no. You who chose to give the contract out because your primary consideration was cost, you are the main culprit. Do your due diligence. Get the right professionals. Oh, Babari Sikat has been building forever, so he can do it right. No. He doesn't have any iota of, knowledge of standards. Get professionals to supervise your building. No, you don't, because you think it is going to cost you money. But guess what? A Toyota and a Mercedes-Benz, they are both cars, but they cost different. Why? the parameters for making them are different.
Okay. All right. Let me take you back to where we are, local content.
Yes.
In 2010, Nigeria wrote a local content bill and was passed into an act by the parliament, especially in the oil and gas sector, so that we can have locals participate both at the upstream and the downstream. Now, we have seen over years, we have also set up institutions. We have the Petroleum Training Institute in Efuru. We also have the University of Petroleum Resources in Efuru. And these institutions have been churning out students and graduates over the years. And we have a Dangote Beauty Refinery, and media reported that over 11,000 artisans came from other parts of the world to work in that refinery. So what is wrong with us?
So opportunities present themselves and we look away from the opportunities. PTI in Efru was set up in the 70s by the Gowon government, right? Now, PTI was set up as part of national development plan that was put together by Balewa government. Now, the Gowon government essentially implemented Balewa's economic plan, right? The national stadium, all of the international airport, all the Balewa plans, but adhered to by Gowon. PTI was supposed to be, as we were becoming more involved in production of oil as a nation, the government recognized the need for us to have local content managing these things. And PTI was set up in Warri because the whole oil industry was in the south-south part of this country. So that was supposed to be the engine room for producing artisans, workmen for the oil industry. Fantastic. And that's what's been converted to the university. You see, we have this penchant for degree. Degree is nothing. So we have these opportunities to build capacity. When Dubai was being built, they were going to set up a iron and steel industry in Dubai. Now, they contracted a Swiss steel company to come and build it. And then part of the agreement was, we are going to give you, for every staff that you have, we will give you one of our people. They will be Siamese twins, right? They share the same room. Their laptops are beside each other. So if the Swiss man gets up and puts on his laptop, the Arab man gets up and puts on his laptop. Now, it's about, you build it for us and go home, we run our facility. Now, I know this because a Nigerian who was employed by the Swiss company was part of the whole thing. So, Dangote Refinery was a perfect example, opportunity for us to build capacity. We didn't. It slipped us by. Julius Berger has been in Nigeria forever, making tons of money. Have they built one training institute in Nigeria to build capacity? No. Now, nobody offers you what you don't ask for. Has anybody demanded of Julius Berger that you must have an institute for building capacity? No. So capacity building is about improving the ability of people to do their work better. That's what capacity building is. Now, it is assumed that you already have the basic, ability to do the thing. Now, capacity building means this ability is being enhanced, built up. It's being honed, it's being sharpened. This light that is here now is not harmful to anybody. But once you begin to concentrate this light, it becomes a laser beam, which is harmful. So capacity building is, our leaders do not see what capacity building can be. In Nigeria, on the streets now, you have boys running after buses. It started somewhere, but it has spread across the country. That's part of capacity building. But capacity building in the wrong direction. You are disenabling people from adding value to society. You are enabling people to take away. These boys can stop your vehicle and you will not be able to move for the next 30 minutes. All because all they are asking from you is 100 naira. So we have enabled the wrong capacity building skills and ignored the capacity building skills of local content. Local content is not primarily the inanimate, the minerals, the cement, and all. No, it is the human beings, because cement cannot of itself do anything. Granite of itself cannot. Harvesting the granite itself. How do we harvest granite? How do we harvest the sand that we use in doing our construction? We are still doing manual. In 2025? No, it shouldn't be so.
Okay. Also looking at, you just mentioned the UAE having to second their citizens to the expatriates that work in those environments. I actually remember that when the Arab Spring happened, and I was speaking with one Emiratis, and he said, well, the Arab Spring didn't happen in the UAE because they had a strategy, long-term plan to ensure that their people were not disempowered. And as soon as the spring started, what they did, they just offloaded the expatriate and allowed their sons to run the system. And because over the time they have been trained. Now, but that was deliberate, imitating other people's technology. But there's also the place of reverse engineering that China had actually employed in building itself up. What do we need to do as a people to even begin to look at those areas of reverse engineering?
Again, we'll come back to leadership. It didn't happen. These things don't happen by themselves. A leader charts a course. I'm a Christian, so the Bible says, write down the vision, make it plain, so that those who read it can run with it. Now, the Bible also says, where there's no vision, everybody does as they like. And you can see in Nigeria, everybody does as they like. Why? No vision. Now, the Japanese bought KAMAZ trucks from Russia, Soviet Union then. A KAMAZ truck was a steel, heavy, all steel. They bought KAMAZ trucks, took them to Japan, and then the Soviets were wondering, we're not seeing our KAMAZ trucks on the road in Japan. They were buying the KAMAZ trucks not because they needed trucks. They were buying the KAMAZ truck because they needed the material with which the KAMAZ truck was made. So they broke down the material of the KAMAZ truck and were producing the materials, the cars, and things, because reverse engineering is, everything we do is deliberately planned and intentional. Let me give you an example here locally. I was just watching a documentary on Lateef Jakonde. Lateef Jakonde said, we must get everybody into school. So he started acquiring all manner of spaces and started schools in sheds. Those sheds, it wasn't just that. It was with a plan of gradually building up those things. And we can see those schools today. There are no sheds anywhere any longer. There are 3-4 story, classroom blocks in those locations. So what started as sheds have become proper formal school environments. That's the result of visioneering and planning. Now, along with that, he signed with Bouygues, the largest construction company in Nigeria, in the world, a French company. They've left Nigeria, to build, I think, 10,037 classroom blocks in Lagos. Now and they employed Nigerians. But like I said in our Monday interview, slowly gradually we told our people only people who cannot go to university should go into capacity building, because it's such a terrible place where we find ourselves, right? Where we think that work is not what we should do. Making money is what we should do. No, he that does not work should not eat. You know.
Let's look at the example that you gave with the park boys and those who run after vehicles,
yes,
collecting money, and it started in a place before we knew it, it became a nationwide thing. So those who started doing it by observation learned how it was done, and how those who started it were able to achieve success by extorting money from motorists. Let's also look at that principle of observation. There is a Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board that was established by the Nigerian Local Content Act. That board was to ensure that Nigerian content is given major consideration in every project within the oil and gas industry. How come that over the years, since the exploration of oil started in Nigeria, years down the line, we still depend on foreigners for a major part of the industry, for technology? Is it that by observation, this technology has not been learnt, and by the monitoring board, we have not put in procedural guidelines to enable the transfer of technology across the construction sector in Nigeria?
You know, in 2025, we should not be talking about transfer of technology at all. When we talk about transfer of technology, it was because there was an educational gap between this territory and that territory. But now, in today's world, there's nothing like that. Nothing productive is learned by observation. Nothing. Let's take simple football that's making tons of money across the world. Nobody that makes a success of football ever does it by observing from what other people. No, there's grit and hard work required in doing these things. The local content board, what were the parameters in appointing the people who are running these organizations? How knowledgeable are they about the task that they have been given to do? These things are, you know, reading my Bible, Solomon wants to build the temple in Jerusalem. And he tells himself, I don't have the right personnel to build this temple. And reaches out to another country. This is not many years ago, this we're talking about. And reaches out to another country and says, look, send me your workmen who will teach my people. They will be working, this same principle that Dubai did. My people will work with your people. When they finish, you go away, we have built capacity. The people we appoint to office is so critical in achieving these goals. The people we appoint to office. You have a local content board. Let's look at what their passions are. Are they passionate about local content development? What policies have they come up with? Like I told you on Monday, building capacity is a slow and very arduous process. Slow and very difficult process. People get in, 10 people get in, 8 fall by the wayside, 2 come out on the other side. And it's a continuous feeding of people into the system, weeding out those who don't, pass the muster, and the rest continue. If you read a book called Good to Great, it emphasizes character as primary over talent. Character as primary over talent. So you want a company wants to set up a steel factory. Now, rather than import people, because see, skills can be acquired by anybody. Skills can be learned by anybody. It is the character, diligence. These things are not taught to people. You know, you are a diligent person or you are not.
Okay. Look at, you just spoke about good to great and the effect of character in really, like they say, talent is always not enough. You need character to really make the talent as productive as it can be. What role is value playing in capacity building in Nigeria? Recently, while we're doing construction of this place, there was a young man who was a mason and was here, and we're asking, oh, we need more hands. And he was saying to me, oh yes, there are a lot of people out there who are doing nothing, but you want them to come and work, and they tell you they want to learn. They come to work one day, the next day they run away, and some of them even prefer the money and not the work. Now, how are we supposed, how did we arrive at this level where people don't even actually want to get the skills, but they want actually to get the money?
So lots of things are responsible for where we find ourselves, right? We haven't, you see, the top distills downwards. I read the book from third world to first world. The story of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. Now, Lee Kuan Yew, okay, I went to school in the Soviet Union.
Okay.
Right? I didn't apply for scholarship. A friend of mine, I was living in Warri, a friend of mine in Lagos, got to know about Bureau for External Aid, got the form, called me on the phone in Warri, and I gave him my result. He filled the form for me, he submitted it on my behalf, and I got the scholarship. I didn't know anybody, I didn't see anybody, nothing. This was in 1980-81. That can't happen in today's Nigeria any longer, because the emphasis on gain without work has overshadowed practically everything. Now, and you see countless examples around you of people who are not doing anything, but are living a life of affluence. Now, who wants to work if you can have money without working? I'm not sure you want to work. I'm not sure you'll be here sweating if you could have access to free money. But you know what?
But that's one of the seven social evil according to Gandhi.
it is, you know. So we, our leaders, those who have risen up in leadership in this country over the years, and this tragedy sadly was reinforced in the Babangida years. I mean, I know a lot of us are going on about Babangida in this time, but corruption and access to free money became entrenched in that period, and it just gotten worse. So people have come to believe that it is possible to make money without work.
Okay, we'll talk more about that after this break. Just stay tuned.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group.
It's the policy discussion on the front burners, and we're looking at capacity building and local content in the construction industry in Nigeria. Architect Ovi Benite is still very much in the studio, and we'll continue the conversation with him, looking at how capacity can be built. Now, we've been talking about the lack of capacity in Nigeria's construction industry. Pri, what's your thoughts regarding the conversation so far? It seems more like when it comes to being skilled, having what we refer to as handiwork, some persons this is a shying away from it, and as a country we're not taking intentional steps to ensure that we have people well trained, even institutions, that there is no skills gap happening.
Thank you very much. I want to say a very big thank you to Mr. Ovie Benite for architect Ovie Benite for dispensing such invaluable and giving us insight into that. First of all, when I left the university, one of my regrets was that in the midst of 33,000 students, from diploma to BSc plus ASU strike years, totaling 8 years or so before I left the university. There was no handiwork that I could boast of to serve that community of thousands of students and make money for myself. That's what I held to myself. So when I'm giving advice to people these days, I'm like, have something. When you're going there, don't just wait for mommy and daddy to send you money. Just have something. Well, you'll be tired of people placing orders. That's what I tell them. So I know what that means, the handiwork or the skills work, that capacity building. But let me take architect to a different part, and that's the content part I want to talk about. Recently or last year and last 2 years, the level of building collapse in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria reached an unbearable level. In fact, there are some instances in some governors of some states or some government or the government administration of the states where they were purely involved because some of the officials went to approve some things that they were not supposed to approve, or they went beyond some level of approval and buildings came down. People died. One of the arguments was that, look, the materials for these buildings were fake materials. And so when we talk about content, we're referring to how we get these materials, how we source these materials locally to make sure they are of industry standards, and when we use them, we can have formidable structures that will stand the test of time. Do you think we've been doing well in that aspect?
We've not been doing well at all. Sand is not sand. That's what people do not understand. Sand is not sand. If you take sand from the bar beach here, you can't use that sand for construction because it doesn't have. It has chemicals that will not allow it bond with the cement properly. Sand that is used for construction comes from river beds that doesn't have salt in it. Well, so you see.
Who tests this to be sure that there is
I was beginning to wonder, okay, there shouldn't be salt in there.
Look, these things are so important. Water is the same thing with water. You can't just get water and start using it for construction. The same thing with reinforcement. See, people are dubious the world over. It's not fraud. It's not a Nigerian thing. It's a human thing. If you go to China, if you tell them, I want this iron rod, I want it to be 16 mm. When they use their vernier calipers to measure it, it's 16 mm, but produce it in such a way that I can buy it for half the value of a 16 mm rod, and they produce it for you. Because what goes into making a steel rod, they can doctor it and you get what you want, but once it gets into the system, the iron rod is going to be put inside concrete. Inside that concrete, water is going into that concrete. That water is going to degrade that iron rod that is inside the concrete. That's it. Building gone. Now, value is the most important ingredient in everything that we do. Value is never measured in monetary terms. Value is the quality of a thing. Right? The quality of a thing. Now, the higher the value, the higher the worth. Worth is monetary. Worth is measured in financial terms, not value. You can value a shirt because of the way it makes you look. You can value Eunice can value this, her glasses, above any, but it might not be that expensive. But what it means to her is why she holds it in high esteem, right? So once we begin to value quality above money, once we begin to value character above money, then things will begin to change. A man employs a painter to paint his boat. In the process of painting the boat, he sees a hole in the boat, and then he fixes the hole so that he can paint the whole thing properly. And he fixes the hole and he paints it and he moves on with his life. Now, fixing the hole was not part of his job, the contract, but he saw a gap, and it didn't mean anything to him fixing the hole, and he fixed it and he went away. So he collected his money and he went away. Then the owner of the boat calls him and says, please come. He comes, said, and then he gives him money. He said, well, you paid me, what's this money for? I said, you don't know what you did. When I came back and I looked for the boat, they told me that my children are taking the boat to go out into the sea. I knew that there was a hole in the boat that I forgot to tell you about. So when they told me that my children had gone, my conclusion was that I had lost my children. But then they came back and I checked and I saw that the hole had been fixed. And they said that you fixed the hole. I said, yes, I mean, it was there, it needed to be fixed, and I fixed it. Now, that's value, right? By the painter, value. He saw a gap and he fixed it without saying, oh, if, we didn't talk about this, so let's talk about this before I do it, and all of all that stuff. Which is what drives us generally as a people. And this driving principle is distilled down what is in it for me.
Okay, now talking about this equating value with money.
Yes.
In Nigeria, which is really what people do, and so everything is measured in monetary terms. I've seen government officials, especially representatives, who also wanted to empower their people, and then they set up this skill acquisition. One particularly in Ikeja recently, and the man had to train them for a certain number of days, just like you have been begging churches for free training. And then, of course, people showed up, and the man was to give them 100,000 for training to go do startup. Now, they attended those training. The people who brought the people and the people who were brought had an agreement of 60-40 sharing. Now, they appeared in the training, and the 100,000 was given to them. And the person who gave them the connect took 40,000, and then the people who came took the 16,000, and then they went to drink beer. I also had to do interview in the Niger Delta some years ago, and I was told point blank that it's not as if the oil companies are not giving spaces to locals, but that the locals are also trading the spaces. And they ask for 1 year salary in advance. And then they sell the slot to willing buyers.
From anywhere.
Now, how do we start to cure these malaise? And number two, you also talk about Jakonde setting up plenty of school. Do actually establishing schools and institution equal to capacity building?
Okay, so from the beginning, trading, skills acquisition programs, right, by politicians, right, is not intended to benefit anybody in real terms. Like I told you on Monday, skill acquisition is premised on who does the training. Skills acquisition is not done by teachers. It's done by practitioners. Now, practitioners need to be people who have been doing it to standard. So So they are passing on standard way of doing things to their trainees. The whole, well, I mean, let me not say the whole skill acquisition program in Nigeria is fraudulent. It's a scam. It's a vehicle for everybody, including the politicians, to make tons of money for themselves. But hardly anybody really gets empowered, including when the Niger Delta crisis was at its peak, and they set up the amnesty program. And people were sent abroad, all those fancy TV things that it's crazy, right? So hold on. So how do we stop this thing, right? We come back to one word. It's leadership, right? Lead by example. Lead by example. That is the key to these things. I was given 6 people from the skills acquisition training program of the higher administration. 6 people who have been trained, who had gone through training as plumbers.
Okay.
They knew nothing. They knew nothing. All they were in need for was to be getting the monthly stipend that was being paid to them. That was it. So it's a deliberate program we need to set up. You need to design it, build the capacity of the people who will do the training, draw up a curriculum for the training, for each skill, before you bring in people, and then you sift the people, interview the people who are going to do the skill acquisition. It's not an all-comers thing. All-comers come, we sift them. If only 20% of the people who turn up we determine are interested in, once anything free will be abused every day of the year.
Okay, so while we're talking about skills, you said that skill acquisition is premised on who is teaching the skill. On that side, so we find that these days, some persons with the skills do not want to even pass it on. When they have apprentices, there seems to be a system where the apprentices are shortchanged because there is knowledge hoarding happening. And on the other side, we'll talk about local content. There is capacity in the aspect of funding. It seems like some indigenous companies may have capacity, but they do not have fund enough to take on certain projects. And so when it comes to contract bidding, the big companies outbid the small ones. Can you respond to these 2 issues? Knowledge hoarding on the part of those who are passing on the skills.
You have to understand that knowledge hoarding is a cultural thing with us. It's not tied to the skills acquisition business. The people in our homesteads, we've always known that the herbalist selects those whom he will train, and he doesn't train them 100%. The tragedy is we think that we are doing ourselves a favor by knowledge hoarding. It's a cultural thing, remember I said. So skilled acquisition that we're talking about is not premised on apprenticeship. Apprenticeship is saying the teacher is teaching his trainees to the level of his knowledge. What if his knowledge is limited? Like you said, it will be quarter cast, right?
Quarter baked.
Yeah, I know. So again, it comes back to leadership. You don't outsource your capacity building to individuals. You work in partnership. Like I said, there's Vega, there's CCECC, there's many across the nation presently. G Kappa, Kappa and Alberto, there are many working. The latest is Cranborg, there are many. Come up with a policy that says you must build a training facility. You must build people who will do the training of these skills. That's construction industry. Let's come to your hair industry. Let's come to fashion. My sister at almost 60 went to school to learn sewing. Formal school. There are formal schools where you can learn sewing here in Nigeria. Now, once you don't want to pay premium for knowledge, you will end up with knowledge hoarders. Once, every good thing will cost you. I told you, it cost me over £1,000 in 2006 to train as a plumber in the UK. Online, I didn't go to the UK. It cost me over £1,000 in 1986 to train as a plumber. It costs money. We're looking for cheap. Nothing is free. Nothing. You have to acquire it by paying a price. I went to the Soviet Union. It cost me money to live there for 6 years. Right? These things, none of them is cheap. So, look, I met an organization that wanted to set up an NGO for training artisans. And I sat down with heads of departments and lecturers from polytechnics. I told you that I'm an assessor, right? Qualified assessor. None of them is qualified to teach anybody anything.
According to your assessment?
Yes, but they are heads of departments in their schools. So what kind of product would they be churning out in the schools? I told the people who called me, I said, heads of departments. I asked them critical questions. They couldn't answer. They don't know. If you don't know as the trainer,
it's finished.
What can we say about good training?
Yes, thank you so much. Now, there's a part I want us to equally look at because we've said something else, that value, define value. I think it's not only the first time I'm hearing it from you that we must not measure value with money, and money should not be the priority. In this age, of course, this platform also is for business, economy, development. People must see that if I'm going to engage myself in a craft, apart from having the passion and the desire for it, it must be able to fend for my family, fend for myself.
Absolutely.
So, we need to put that at the fore. There's this eye that people look at, other people, they say handiwork, and the way they are priced in our climb here. Would you say those people will end up in the same place where we have the board of directors and the CEOs who are running some, like Dr. Dato call them the white-collar jobbers?
You see, like you said here on Monday when I was offline, I was listening to you. If you call a workman outside Nigeria, first of all, there's what you call a call-out fee. So for me to come to your place, you pay me to come and find out what the problem is. We're not talking about doing the work yet.
Consultation?
It's a call-out fee. I come and see, and then I tell you what the problem is and what it will require to fix it. You can then decide whether you want to go ahead and fix it or not. But so let's understand what you pay me for. You pay me for my time. You pay me for my time. The time I'm using to come to your place is what I could use to earn money. So my time is the primary thing you pay me for. That's why outside Nigeria, you clock in, you clock out. You are paid per time. If you work for 4 hours, it's not, you know how in Nigeria, it's 30 days, I mean, you register every day, at the end of the month you get paid. No, 4 hours, that's what you earn for that day, end of story, right? So we have to understand that you are paying me for my time. My time is what primarily I own, first of all. Now, the value of my time is enhanced by the skills that I have acquired. The people I have trained here in Lagos, I tell them, somebody calls you, it's 25,000 naira. You want me to come to your house, you pay me 25,000 naira, I come. If you don't pay me, keep your mess in your house for yourself. And people are paying. You see, when you have a problem, if your car breaks down on Third Mainland Bridge, somebody shows up, so God, open your bonnet. Now, why do you open your bonnet? Why do they tell you, please go away, I don't need you? You need help. You are stranded, right? So, you open the bonnet for him. He says, start up. He says, God, bring 25,000 naira. I will go and get this thing. And you part with 25,000 naira. You don't ask him any questions about why 25,000 naira. Let me give you 10,000 naira. You don't haggle. You don't do. Why? Because at this point in time, you are in need of help. So, what we've got to understand is, first of all, the only thing that Dr. Idahosa has is time. And God, in his justness, gave all of us in equal measure 24 hours a day. Now, when you call, if you call me to come and give a speech now, you tell me we'll pay you 10,000 naira per hour. When you call Barack Obama to come and speak for you, first of all, you will fly him here. You put him in a 5-star hotel. You, not him, right? Why? Because you are paying him for his time and the perceived value that he's bringing to the table, which is completely different from my own value that I'm bringing to the table. Right? So, when you, the workman, values your own work, not because you are desperate for money, then you begin, when you see yourself differently, you present yourself differently. Now, let me give you a practical example. I'm a plumber, right? You tell me you have this work that you want me to do, and I tell you it's going to cost you 750,000. You say, okay, I don't have more than 450,000. Somebody else is ready to take it for 450,000, but it's because I like you. And I say, okay, no problem. If you do 500, I will do it. It's okay, 500. Now let me tell you what is at play here. In that 750,000 naira, my takeaway was 200,000. Now that we have come down to 500,000, what do you think my takeaway is?
Still the same.
It's still the same 200 naira. Now what has just happened is the quality of work delivery now has reduced from 550 to 300.
Yes.
So I'm now looking at what materials I can use to get the job done under 300,000. And in some houses that I've been to, I've seen waste pipes that ended just below lintel level, going nowhere, both from WC and from yes, because see, the people we call workmen, these people whose capacity we deliberately ignore because we think that once they get better at doing the things that they do, they will become more expensive. So let us keep them at the pedestrian level that they are at so that we can cheat them and pay them. The ultimate victim is still the elite.
Pay peanuts, get mockings for workers.
I wish we had more time to actually discuss it because the issues surrounding the construction industry in Nigeria are quite enormous. But I believe that we've handled a number of it, beginning from how we view skill and how leadership handles skill acquisition. What we, on the other hand, who are those who pay for skill, who would need skilled persons to render service to us, how we see what they do, and how we also begin. You are as the skilled person, what is your role? How do you add value to what you do so that you get the right worth for your value. Thank you so much, Architect Obiebinite, for coming down to the studio today and have this discussion with us.
Thank you very much for having me. I think, you know, it's such a critical element of our national development that we can't help but continue to talk about capacity building across board, including shoemaking. When I was growing up, a shoemaker, when he wants to mend your shoe, that twine, he rubs glue on it, right? Now that glue is to make it water resistant. No shoemaker today rubs glue on it.
Wow. We should begin to look at what
we will come back again, definitely.
Yes, life is supposed to be progressive.
Because for us here in Souq News, it's about a good Nigeria, and it must be in our own lifetime.
By the grace of God.
Okay, so life is supposed to be progressive and things are supposed to get better, not worse. Over time, technology, new methods are supposed to make what we do better. So whatever skill it is that you have, you should hone the skill to update it to ensure that you're delivering better service than you did yesterday. It will not be a good story when yesterday becomes better than today. That's how we wrap up the Policy Discuss segment on the Front Burners today. We'll take a break, and when we return, we will be reading your messages on posts and perspectives. Swift and Darrington is standing by to do justice to that.
Wise men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susan and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation.
Welcome back. This is still Posts and Perspective. Basically, what this segment on the show of Front Burners is all about is we take back your information. What you've said about every topic being discussed is very important to us. We hold what you feel there to us by taking your post so that we could talk about it. My name is Swift Aderito, and let's jump right into it. So my first comment from the day is coming in from Uche. Uche, how you doing? So we're talking about FG plans to end generator use nationwide. And this one says plans, but Asu Rock has a diesel budget for generator yearly and has had this since 2025 or has for 2025. So are we facing theirs out, or they are preparing to fail in case of fail in that promise too? The next comment comes in under the same topic, and the person says, this is Don V. King. Don V. King, hi. And you say, the plan started in 2015 through the voice of the Minister of Power. Thereafter, we listen, we don't judge. And the next person is Baby Yeti. Baby Yeti, hi. You say the use of power generations or generators would gradually be phased out when electricity is widely available. No need for government interference, as the Nigerian government does things without providing alternative, e.g. the removal of fuel subsidy. And the last comment I have on this topic is from Hunter Lee, and he says, dreams do come true, but this one is an illusion. Don't sell your generator, moreover save for your solar power generator, because they will wake up and will come up with another Dora the exploratory story. So Doctor, coming to you very quickly, what do you think? What's your take on phasing out? Is it realistic, sir?
Well, I think there's a possibility of doing that. Only in Nigeria we actually have a generator running back to back. Elsewhere in the world, they have been able to deal with power issue. But unfortunately, a friend of mine once told me, as she was a little boy growing up in the 1970s, that politicians had just 3 things to campaign with in Nigeria. First is to give you road and water and electricity. And that by the time these are fixed, there'll be nothing to campaign with. And I think that is the bigger problem. So it's possible that we can run a country without generator. And I think even the people producing the generator don't use generator. So I think we should put our hearts in order. Let's see government make fulfill its word, make good their promise by investing more in generation so that Nigeria can actually be free from this pollution, which of course the world is all fighting.
All right, talking about pollution. And the next, thank you so much again, Doctor, for the amazing analysis as usual. And this time around, we have LASPA cracks down on population violators in Lagos. Or pollution violations, in Lagos. And this one is from Kende. And Kende says, Biko, they should share the link to make reports to. There is a mosque beside my window that usually wakes me up with a headache. Also want to report a particular affair self always screaming while using the microphone. All right, so the next comment on this is from Texas, and Texas says the craziness when you can have a business and a church in a residential area needs to be revisited again. I am not against such entities, but they should not be allowed to have businesses in residential areas. And someone else, Coco, says, please come to my area at Papa Ajawo area, Mushi. A church close to my house has been doing night vigil for the past 2 weeks, and they are telling their congregations that prayers will end in 2 days' time, which is March 1st, 2025. They will start at 12 a.m. and end in the morning. Blessing, please, do you think Coco is snitching on the members of this church beside? Because he's giving us the place and the time promised for the next all nights.
I don't think so. I think he's even giving them reports for LASEPA to follow up on. But the thing is, when you speak up about such things, because we sometimes are overly religious, we don't even see the menace that's in the manner in which we carry out these activities are constituting. We want to ask the person, don't you pray to God? But what's the business of the speaker of a mosque with a person's room? Why is it facing the person's room? Are they praying to the person in that room? What's the business of the speakers of a church with the direction directly facing somebody's apartment? Are you praying to that person? You're supposed to be praying to God. Do we need to hear what you're asking God? Do you need to deafen us because we are in the environment where your church or mosque or your lounge is located? So we should think about the next person, and I think that LASEPA should follow up on reports like this. They too should not sit in their offices waiting for people to give reports. You have a duty to do. What about carrying out some monitoring activities? Go check these places. You know where they are. You know you are sited within the locality. Go around. Don't wait for people to send you notification or make reports first.
Thank you so much, Blessing. Of course, still talking about the LASEPA crackdown, there is somebody who is Ali Mustafa, and Ali Mustafa is coming and he says, well done to Lagos State government for taking action against noise pollution. A peaceful and healthy environment is essential for everybody enforcing these regulations and would go a long way in improving the quality life for residents. It says, keep up the good work. I'm so sorry, this is the much I can take on your messages. Keep sending them in, and of course, have a beautiful weekend. On the flip side, I'll be bringing in Chooks for sports. See you in a bit, guys. Bye.
Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming
Yes, welcome to the Friday edition of Where the Money Is on Sport. In sport, around sports. Once you hear sports, we talk where the money is. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and I'm live on Front Burners. Souq News to be precise. Let's head straight to football. Now, the DFL, talking about the German Football League, is working on a very new external investment vehicle for its club. Now, the first old one they were using before, which had investment model where equity investment came in, has been rejected 3 good times by German football clubs, and they are looking for something new. This is where money is, and clubs are playing a very vital role to decide how and where they make their money. Africa, please learn. Let's keep going as fast as we can. Now, for those wondering, DAZN, they have the right for the FIFA Club Cup Championships. And now they are telling Africa, if you want to partake in sub-licensing, be the second person, third person, come and get your licensing now. So every media agency that wants to distribute this particular tournament across sub-Saharan Africa, sign up like now and let's make the money. Still talking about takeovers. Congratulations to Donor Sport. Now we are expecting that the sale for Liberty Media will cost about 4 billion euros. That's about $4.3 billion. And this offer is going to generate a whole lot of host commercial efficiencies across both Formula One and MotoGP in the watershed moment for motorcycling. Congratulations to them. Now, for those that like beating people up and making money, let me tell you that TKO, their revenue hit 2.8 billion. That's the reported revenue for 2024 at the first full year of World Wrestling Entertainment, joining that particular group. We say congratulations to them. Now you get to understand that beating your fellow man is expensive, but watching it is profitable. So for those that want to invest, let's get to know it. Sponsorship. Dutch Financial Service Group Rabobank, they have returned to big-time professional cycling after 12 years of absence. They have gone and they have seen that they are losing from that visibility. So we'll say welcome back to Rabobank and put your money where your mouth is. On this side, I say thank you very much. For those looking forward to being beaten and making money, let's see what this weekend has in store. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. We'll do this again on Monday. Bye.
And that's our wrap up the last edition of the Front Burners for the month of February 2025. The next time the show comes up will be in March 2025. Make a decision by yourself. If you like, you can call it a resolution for the month of March. How do you want it to be for you and your business? I'm Blessing AJ. I'll see you Monday from Dr. Delsa Samaze.
It's nice being here all week, and we will do same next week. And just stand by, keep liking, engaging all our conversation. We want to get your feedback as much as possible, and then share the link with all your loved ones. It's Front Burners, where issues that make sense are discussed.
And Priya Krumale.
Well, I'm Oyin Priya Krumale. I'm glad it's the weekend, even though it's not going to last for long. I'm still glad it's the weekend. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media Achievers Gabro Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 13th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Sierra Leone. They're based in US. And most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we were expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajegule to Festac. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at Festac. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of Festac to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic, because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Media, everybody is equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, you know, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing nominating our people on website. And we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31, because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving an award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down and we did a lot of things to, to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before, because in every year of our award, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so, so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me for UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believes in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together. So if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now, because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it just depends on youth like us I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years, because first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment, because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and vote. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years, because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we have now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read. People want to learn. People want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent. have integrity, build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
They say if you like to be entertained and you like good music, then you should definitely be on this podcast. They call me Swift, aka the Sugar Mommy. And you know once I'm in the building, it's entertainment at its fullest. Alright, so in case you're wondering what the brand is, this is the Femi Wash, you know, the owners of the Souq TV and the ILFM 104.9. You know I would do it. And this is our entertainment podcast. I'm not alone in the studio. I got my co-host in the building. It's the one and only, internationally recognized.
They call me DJ Shags. I'm called the Phenomenal One, the resident DJ here at the ILFM and Souq News Television.
You're proud.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's forgive his pride. We're not alone in the studio. We have somebody all the way from Kampala. It's in the building. How you doing?
You already know it's your boy Kingsby.
Kingsby, how body now?
I do. You know the story now.
So first of all,
yes.
We need to tell everybody what the show is all about. But it's nice to see you looking good. Don't you think it looks good?
Man, 100. Drip on check, vibe on check, everything leads.
Nigerian customs, I beg, I see they pass when I airport. Not gonna help me collect the chain, the hand, this thing,
I
the
find
shoe.
I find themselves. When they give me transport to, when they help me, when they carry me go, how they go.
So how's your experience in Nigeria been like? What did you miss the most about Nigeria?
I'm not gonna lie you. Melon soup, Ogisi soup, and banga. Banga soup. Snake. Man, the first day I just the land, and now I feel it.
How long have you been in Kampala for? If you want to ask.
7 years.
All right, guys. So let's
in and out.
In and out. Yeah. All right. So let's take you guys through the show. The idea of the show is we put him on the hotspot, okay?
Yeah.
And so we ask him questions on a timer. That's the unique thing. So if we ask him to introduce himself, his name is on the timer. If it's more than the timer, DJ Shagsy, what you do?
Interrupts my way, you know. So
let's do it.
And once they interrupt, once they play that talk, there's something for you to drink. Okay. You're going to drink stuff. And we've mixed a lot of concoction. You know how we roll. It's very bitter.
Make it high for interview.
So we've mixed some things. It's just in that bottle. Don't say the name. It's just in that bottle. But we've mixed stuff. Like we mixed things that, you know. Plenty agbo, plenty roots. So are you sure you can play this? You can be on this podcast?
Let's do it. That's what I'm doing.
The question is, do you have what it takes?
Yeah, I got everything.
Are you sure you have what it takes?
I got everything.
It's going to be hot to...
Hot amala. I they like hot food, guys.
Okay, now. That's what they start. DJ Shagsy, are we ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so the first thing we need you to do is introduce yourself, your name, and where you're from. You have 30 seconds. What time starts?
Counting.
What up, my people? It's your boy Kingsby, and I'm from Delta State. Kampala, Uganda, precisely.
You beat the time! DJ Shagsy.
He beat the time actually.
No. Something's going on here.
He beat the time actually.
I passed time.
You know past time.
No problem. I get DJ Shagsy.
That's it now.
Other people, DJ Shagsy, they didn't.
No.
Something's
I was on time.
30 seconds. Allow.
You're always on time.
Let's go.
All right. No wahala.
Yeah.
So what's that thing about Nigeria? You know that every time you come into the country, you say, now my country be this. Who wanna know?
The freedom, you feel at home. You know, you feel alive.
You don't think they feel alive.
Now your country now. You have to
time they go. 30 seconds counting.
I've answered that already.
It is my nice one. All right. So how did you start music? How many minutes are we giving for this one?
We could give him. Let's give him still 30 seconds.
Okay, so how did you start music? Was it primary school, secondary school, university? How did that start?
Well, my whole music journey started very crazily when I took a trip to Kampala, and that's how it started. From Baka studio to my studio to all the studios. That's it.
Yes, rushing! Oh!
You're rushing. I think we need to reduce the time.
We need to reduce the time. This boy is forming flash.
He's trying to be smart.
I'm working with you guys.
Wahala, we did.
Okay, let's go.
Next question.
Serious follow Lala, go know now.
All right, so I want to ask you a question. Tell us 5 people in Nigeria that motivate you. 5 artists that every time you think about it, you're like, this guy be doing it right.
All right, you have 7 seconds.
Yeah, Fela Kuti, Sonia DJ, Asake, Odumodu Black, and King's Baby.
Stop that.
Nah, so now
you don't enter around.
I enter and finish.
You don't enter around.
You're number 6.
You don't enter. Just pause there.
Okay.
You're going to drink. Because you said Sonia Adede. You didn't say
Sonia Adede.
Sonia Ade.
Sonia Ade is his name, not Sonia Ade.
You dey fast. They say Sonia Ade. You go drink.
You understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand. The viewers didn't get it.
Okay, let's go.
You go and drink.
All right.
Some bitter. Lick your lips first. Small, it's not even. Yeah, that's it. Then you're sexy.
Which one I put beside this thing?
1-0.
1-0 actually.
Let's go.
All right, so the next setup we want to ask you, basically we want to ask you what inspires you to do music. Some people say I dream, I write those songs. Some people say if I'm on an airplane, we do that. What inspires you to do music? Pause first. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready. Absolutely.
Let's go.
20 seconds.
What inspires me to do music? I'm a creative, and every time I love to create. Every day when I wake up, the first thing that comes to my mind, what am I creating today? You get so. I'm always creative. What I can say most inspire me on my creation is those colored lights. I love colored lights. Yeah.
DJ Shaggy, they ring this thing. They ring this thing.
No, I was on point.
You're on point. Give it. Nice one. All right, so next question I want to ask you. You're a creative, right?
Yeah.
You like to create.
Yeah.
All right, so name 8 songs that you have done. I know your songs. If you name any other song, you're in trouble.
I think he can answer this in 5 seconds, right? It's his song now. There are songs done by him, so.
You go drink today.
So let's go. 5 seconds.
Okay, Party, Inside Life, Jeje, Hustler, Don't Kill My Vibe.
Seven songs.
You guys are not.
We're counting. It's not.
Do like this.
It's not. There's a timer actually. So you go drink again.
You go drink. Take that.
Drink again.
Take that.
Wait, inside this thing, I want to know. It be like a go.
I bet you go just gas drink out.
Swallow.
Next one should be in 33 seconds, right? Make him drink.
You see what you guys are doing. Okay, let's go.
Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah.
So this is what we call breathe. Breathe in. Breathe out. Yeah, breathe is good for you actually. Breathe again. Breathe out. Don't worry, we got you. So someone whispered, a little boy whispered to us that you're an entrepreneur. You have your own production outfit in Uganda. Like you make clothes, you do music. How did you start that? Let's give him 20 seconds. How did you start that?
Well, in Uganda, it's not easy to have something like that. It was crazy, but at the time, because I already have it in my head. So it's a dream. I have to make it happen.
Okay.
Yes. So I fought for it.
He did the time. You still have 3 seconds.
So do you know how to sew? Do you know how to create stuff? Now, without a time, I want to ask you.
Yes.
Yeah, so you learned how to sew when you started, or you already knew how to sew before you went to Uganda?
No.
Yeah.
I learned how to sew in my studio, in my office. I bought the machine, I got people, so I was learning from them. Yeah.
So what kind of outfits do you make now?
I make Nigeria red, Akara and all that. I have my own design trousers. Most especially, I'm focused on trousers.
Okay.
Me alone, I design trousers.
So the pants you're wearing is yours?
Yeah, I do a lot of things.
I like that.
So
Very
just a quick follow-up on that. Why did you decide to establish that in Uganda, not in Nigeria?
Big question.
Yeah, first of all, it's kind of a little bit easier there. You see how I'm entering from Kampala to here now. You get so. And already at that moment, I did an EP, and the love was there from the people and everything. Even Nigerians, they come in Kampala every time. I say, okay, what's the need? Let me just start something from here. It's better say I start from here, you get, than say I roam around. So I started my whole career from there, and it picked up. People love me, what I do, and everything. So I wanted to do more.
So we just gave you a breather on the show. That's why we let you talk without timing you. Okay, say thank you to us now.
Thank you. Okay, take it out.
Okay, so next thing we're going to do is you're going to tell us 6 words in Kampala and what they mean. So just say blah, 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 if you say this one, it means good morning. If you say this one, let's eat. If you say this one, how many seconds are you getting?
Let's give him 30
That one, you know,
30 now.
It's someone's language now.
You are in Kampala.
Let's go.
Let's give him 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
20 seconds. Okay.
Let's go. Oh yeah. First word. Let's go.
Balangi.
Mm-hmm.
Otichigira.
Meaning words.
Otichigira means do you understand? Balangi is like when you are being biased.
Balangi. Next one.
You get Sasa.
Sasa. What does that mean?
What's up?
What's up? Sasa. You have it. And then why you said they replied you have 7 more to go. You go and drink. Now you go finish the 7. You go and drink.
Let's go.
You go and drink. You know I say you don't like their
Sabo.
What does Sabo mean?
Man.
Man.
They always say Sabo.
Okay, Sabo. Okay.
There's a lot there.
Wait, you have 7 to go. 3 more.
Sabo.
Play that thing.
Why am I forgetting that? I know it. Not
You know. You're on the hot seat right now. It's hot. It's hot in here. So hot.
Django.
What does that mean?
Come.
Now that thing sound like Django. No,
Django.
This guy.
It's come. Django.
Baba, I don't
We
trust.
go check. Oh.
We go check. Okay, I have 2 more. I believe
Django.
you. We're messing with you. Yeah.
Okay. Kuapi.
Kuapi? What does that mean?
Where are you?
Kuapi? Yoruba girls go like that.
Let's just say Asante.
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 What does that mean?
Thank you.
Oh, Asante. You did well.
Amazing.
We love you.
Amazing.
Oh, all right. So still coming back to your music.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what was that thing that happened to you in your music career? This time around, we're about to give you a breather so you can talk. A story or something that happened that made you say, I say I'm gonna quit this music. You know, where you almost left, but you know something kept pulling you back. I want to know.
You know, in the industry, that side, it's not like here.
Yeah.
That side, everybody want to put you down, especially when they know you are a foreigner. They're not giving you that space to breathe. So it's for you to be an entertainer there that you are a foreigner. They say and people they hear your voice. You get it's so much hard work you need to put in. Like I remember at the time when we started this whole career of a team, there was some record label actually that just came out with me. And this guy went ahead to first sign an artist. He went ahead to sign the Uganda guy. Yeah, they did a lot of videos and all that. This. It never worked. It became a challenge. So at that time, when all of us would say we enter the industry, he was somebody I was looking up to. You get now because now first started for there. So at the time, it became a big challenge for him. So I mean, what I was doing at that first time, I had a lot of option. I have artists that was on me. I said no. If I first sign artists now, it go hard for me. Why don't I push out my record label? Because today now artists come out. That means they're not gonna hear my name again. So I have to first start pushing out Wazi. You get? I have to start pushing out Wazi. You know. At the time, I look left, I look right. Let me be there. All those people will be saying, man, all of us start. Those labels and we sign artists and all of them, they were not there anymore. Some left the country. They couldn't do it. So what saved me was I was pushing out Wazi alone. At that first time, I was not even talking about myself. I was only talking about the brand everywhere. You get? So at the time, people not gonna know Wazi. You get now. Even everything Wazi. So it became a name that people know. Whether you come inside or you leave, the name they there. So that's what have helped me to on this journey. Putting on that brand first, not signing an artist first.
Okay.
You get?
Nice.
Not signing an artist, or put on that brand first. Yeah, was what helped me. I reason I sign artists for me Sam, because at the time now, artists come up for label and only artists will be seen they feel for there.
And nobody if even see you as competition.
You get now. So nobody go know you. Nobody know even your brand.
Okay.
No let the artists they know. When you leave there, nobody know your brand. So you start like upcoming again. Now you can explain to people now maybe sign this, you know. So it's so that was what helped me in my career.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense. So indirectly, you are telling young people out there, push the brand first.
Yeah.
Before whatever is
before you start going to look for who to put there. Push the brand first.
Wisdom will not kill you. Now you think that because we are bamboozled us will not put you on time. Are we back with the time?
We're back.
Yeah, we back. All right, so breathe out. All right, so right now I'm going to be asking you some questions, some random things. I'm going to ask you. It's called the what if segment. So I'll ask you this or that.
Yeah.
Now this one you're going to make it really short. So for example, I ask you eba or fufu. Immediately you go. Once you hear you are over. I'm going to ask you 5 questions. He's going to give you a timer, and you're going to be replying immediately. Are you ready?
You know how we do it. That's right.
So 3 seconds, right?
Yes, let's do that.
3 seconds.
Let's go.
All right, let's go.
Are you ready?
I was born ready.
All right. Beyonce, Rihanna.
Beyonce.
Nicki Minaj, Tiwa Savage.
Tiwa.
Benz or G-Wagon?
I don't like it.
You have to pick one.
They are both the same. G-Wagon.
Banana Island or Mushin?
I prefer mainland.
Kampala or Warri?
I prefer Kampala.
Amazing. He did the
time. Nice one. All right, so this time around, we're asking you some current affairs questions.
Yeah.
As soon as we ask you, you reply. We're going to ask you 5 questions too. There's a timer. And if you, just as fast as possible, don't think too much. Who's the president of Nigeria?
Bola Tinubu.
Who's the governor of Lagos State?
Baba.
Wonder. Where's the headquarters of Uganda?
Kampala.
Who's the finest girl in the industry?
Tiwa.
Dollars or naira?
Dollars.
Amazing.
DJ Shagzy.
Amazing.
DJ Shagzy. Okay.
Amazing.
All right, so it's time for you to perform your song. Which one would you wanna do for us?
Hustler. That one written Hustler. The main vibe Hustler.
Hustler. Do we have that one?
Yeah, sure.
DJ Shagzy always has all the songs. Please, you guys should give a shout out to our DJ in the building. DJ Shagzy with the red lips. All the girls be crazy. Oh my God, DJ Shagzy. All right, for those of you that doesn't know, our DJ is not just a regular DJ. He is a graduate of the University of Lagos. He studied engineering. He has one of the highest GPs. All those people that used to carry a book to school very well. Yeah.
What they need for class?
Last, after the engineering, still on DJ, still on club.
No, this one is not sitting now.
Yes, now.
That's the job.
Now, engineer design all this thing now.
Yes,
What is going on here?
I'm
sensing a male against.
No, you are safe.
I'm gonna bring DJ Coffee come, don't shock you. All right, so is the song ready?
Yeah, Hustler, right?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
So are you ready? You need to look at your sister. Now come on, let's vibe.
Yeah. Get up and hustle. Get up and hustle. I'm a hustler, just a hustler. Since I was a teenager, I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler. I woke up my mind, I go city in search of greener pasture. Nothing I not see. Nobody gonna mind you, better keep your head straight. God made it possible, you better work smart. Poor man, no girlfriend. What kind of life we living in? Every day different palaba. I love the way you play.
All right. We love the music. Very nice. I'm a hustler. So right now, back on the timer. What motivated you to write that song? What story happened that made you write that song? On the timer. Let's go.
All right. Well, I brought that story to let my people know that I'm a hustler.
Why?
Yeah, because I've always been a hustler since I was young.
15 seconds.
So I feel like.
How did you hustle? What did you do to show your
I've done a lot of things to.
Tell us now.
I'm not gonna lie you. I don't sell pure water. Like I don't sell shoe. Even for university, now shoe I sell to survive.
Just go. Say, take that. The thing is now sweet. You have to add more to this thing.
It's not called the bitter you give from out.
Let's say not sweet.
Okay, so yes, you were telling us a story. We'll give you a breather right now. Which university did you go to?
Well, it was Auchi Polytechnic at that time.
Auchi Poly boy. What were you studying?
Business admin.
Okay, so to survive, what were you doing?
Shoe, boyfriend. That time, boyfriend shoe. If you don't hear of boyfriend shoe, it's a unisex shoe.
Yeah.
I will come out with you. Now, Binia, they go carry am. I go enter road. I will carry am. For night they go spread them. For the road, we go buy them very cheap. That time it was like 500, 600. Oh, come school, go sell them like 2.5, 3.5. So the market was nice. They were liking it because it's a boyfriend shoe, like both male and female. So it was moving. If I carry my market come now, that same day, the next day, don't finish. You get now. So
you be hot boy for school.
More, all the guys like me that time. So it was shoe. I was selling shoe. I used that to survive.
Nice one. So what else? I want to know more about the hustling story now.
Yeah, I started from there now. That was how where all the story started. But before I came to school, we used to have a factory, a pure water factory. So I did supply water, I did drive water for car, for this factors. So I've sold water. Even as I did a bag, I've done tissue work. I can produce tissue, I can roll tissue, I can produce water. You get? So I've been in that field very long. Yeah.
I like that. Very, very, very smart. So the next one, are you ready?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Next one is about money. If you were one-on-one with Dangote and Bill Gates and you had to sell them 3 ideas. There's a timer.
Yeah.
3 ideas, business ideas.
I love that question.
They are sitting beside you. They are like,
I don't know wait for that.
You get how much?
Since we are giving him 3 ideas, let's give him 15 seconds. 5 seconds per idea. Let's give him 15 seconds.
All right. Are you ready?
Very ready.
You're sexy.
All right.
All right.
Going.
Let's go.
So if I was with Dangote, please repeat the question. No, that person. Come again. I was taking you still on the question. I was taking you still on the question.
This examination, wait, you will drink first. You will talk about it. We'll see put you are fair.
Oh my God.
Take some more. All right. Question simple. You are with Dangote and Bill Gates. They got some money.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, you're from Ghana, you're from Nigeria, you're hustling, you sell pure water. Let's help your life.
Yeah.
I have $100 million. I'm not used to do any routine again. Oh yeah. So give us 3 ideas. What 3 ideas will you give them?
15
Business
seconds.
ideas. 3 ideas. Let's go.
15 seconds.
Well, I'll tell them to go into media,
Okay.
like the radios and TV. Then the people want to enjoy good cars, importing of cars. You know, I think through those people it can be very cheap, and when it comes inside the country. So you're not giving me time. It's a question. You want me to
you had 5 seconds per idea.
They call this.
Maybe I should not explain it. I should just say the idea.
See, wait. They call this the elevator speech.
I should just say
They
the
call
ideas.
it the elevator pitch.
I was just trying to explain.
So you run into a rich person and you know you may not run into that person. How do you pitch that idea?
But I've said 2.
You have said 2.
I was finishing 1.
Yeah, give us the last one.
Sound.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell them to go
They
into
should go into
sound.
sound too. Wow. Nice one.
Thank you.
You don't want them to build local government in your village.
That is the job for the government. Like where I'm coming from, if you try and say maybe you will be individual, repair road, they will arrest you. You are threatening the government then. So that is the job for the government
to fix.
That is the ethic, not we, the citizen or any business enterprise.
All right. So coming from this angle right now, put them on the spot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of boys are saying that love is not real. That you are before you love right now, go buy clothes, you go pay for transport, you go pay Uber, you go or taxi. You go call the babe, you go send credit. The day when you meet babe, now the day our phone is spoiled. Do you believe true love exists?
Yes.
And
True
why?
love exists, and true love is in all of us. You get it depends the environment you are. Most times the environment can change your head. You get now. So most of those guys, they are always demanding. Is the current situation that I found themselves in. You get. So what I can tell the young guys out there, first of all, build yourself. You understand? Build yourself. Become somebody first. It's very important for you, because when you don't build yourself and you allow a woman to come inside your life, that they will divert your attention. Your attention will divert once, because they have that power to divert your attention. But when you have already have a foundation, it is hard for someone to divert your attention. So first of all, you need to work on yourself first before going to look for a woman.
Okay. Are you talking from experience?
No, it's true.
So I'm saying there's an experience. Have they divert your attention one time in your life when you're selling shoes?
For real, I'm being honest.
It's not. We know.
Yeah, they're all experienced anyway. They're all experienced. You understand? So that's what have kept me
What
going.
was her name? What did she do to you?
Me. I'm this person who have a lot of love to give to
everybody.
Yeah, not just to
a woman or to multiple women.
Everybody, not just a woman. Everybody. Thank you. So.
All right. So on a serious note, now we have a lot of black people doing well. Like you are doing very well in Uganda. We bless God for that.
Yes.
If you had to advise somebody that is in the diaspora, UK,
Yeah.
where there are divorce laws, they hot, and it's a Nigerian guy coming to take a girl from here or meeting a girl, what's the advice you give them?
This is on TV, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First of all, learn handwork before you come up for us. It's very important. I see a lot of young people just carry back. Where you they go, you know there's a lot of things happening abroad. You get, so learn something, because when you have something, even if it's driving skills or any skill, it can help you. Don't just move out of your country without no skills. You are putting yourself in a danger. So don't say God. There are some things that require prayer. There are some things that require brain. Utichegira.
Bam. You said drop punchline, Mano.
You get? Yeah.
So now back to the divorce case. So what they should learn an hand skill. Should they do a prenup so that these girls don't, cheat them? Should they hide their properties?
Well, I say the reason why the rate of divorce is much is because of so many women enter inside a marriage with too many expectations. You get? They go inside with too many expectations, and when they don't get to see that expectation, they feel disappointed. You get now? You know man life. Man will always make you feel like yes, he did. You get? So many women go into that too many. So when you don't go, I will advise the women shouldn't go into marriage with too many expectations. That is what is making that rate of divorce high. Too much expectation. Yes.
All right. So my last question for you before we run off.
Yeah.
If you could do a collabo with 5 foreign artists and 5 Nigerian artists, this is another one we're putting in the time. You know where we roll?
All right.
Tell me 5 foreign artists and 5 Nigerian artists. This one usually runs away from people's heads. Yes.
5 foreign artists I would love to do a collaboration with.
10 seconds.
I will go Kiss Brown.
Before I don't finish the watch. I know.
I will go Justin Bieber. He's a great artist. Eddie Perry.
One last drink.
Sip. It's called sip and spill.
Actually.
Nice one. All right, so yes, you've given us 3, two more to go. We are not on timer now.
Well, I love Eminem.
Okay, so you want to do something with them? The white boy. Okay.
The life of DJ Kali.
DJ, is that why the beards are there?
Nice observation.
All right, the timer is coming again. 5 Nigerian artists you love to do a collabo with. When you're ready for him,
all right, 10 seconds.
Well, if the bring fella, Kuti come back 1. Odumodu Black. You get? I love Eriga also. I love Eriga. Sonny Ade. That is 4.
Calm down.
4. Now 5 we have 4.
Zip, thank you. They let her know.
So let me finish. I will finish. Let's go.
Okay, Sonny Ade, one last person.
Wizkid.
All right. So before we go,
Burna Boy is not on your list.
Don't mind him.
Wow.
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 Yeah, are you a Zulu boy?
Yeah.
We don't know them.
No wonder. That's where it comes from.
All right. So before you go, I want you to motivate young people out there. Tell them not to give up because all over the world they hot. There's an economic, toned down, but people is picking up.
Yeah.
But just encourage young people out there that they should keep their heads high.
Well, what I'm going to say to the young ones working to be somebody. Well, working hard is there and working smart is there. And knowing what you are doing at all times, you get is very important. And creating, you have to know that's what can save us. Everyone should learn how to create. We should stop blaming our neighbors for what has not happened, what does not even happen. Create in your own world and try and push. Because there's no shortcut to success.
Nice.
The shortcut is the longest cut. So work smart and work hard. Thank you.
All right, so I like that. The shortcut is the longest cut. Guess what, guys? We're about to go away. Don't forget, this is the entertainment podcast on Femi Wash Media, owners of Souq TV, and of course, the Al FM. They call me Sugar Mommy. I'm not on the studio. I have my main man in the field.
DJ Shug signing out.
First round. And of course, do your bye-byes. Your name and do your bye-byes.
You already know what all of my people. It's your boy Kings B. Kampala, Uganda, Nigeria, everywhere. Thank you for streaming my music. I give you my word. I will keep working and I will keep pushing to make it better. Follow me on my social media platform, Kingsbaby, KINGZBEBY, on all my social media platforms. Thank you. I love you and I promise you, doing more and doing better.
All right, guys. Bye. Yay. Signing out. So there's no loss. The last of your go.
Because I always feel like I'm a baby. Francis, DK Waxy. Generally, I do Afrobeat, I do Afropop, and Afrobeat is the word of creation. It's not limited, so you can go beyond. Afrobeat is what is trending, and apart from that, it's what we Nigerians do more. So I have to go in Afrobeat. That's more comfortable for me. So I took a trip to Kampala. That was before the COVID, and because I was trying to start my music career here in Nigeria, but it was a little bit not easy, taxable and all that. You have to do this, you have to know people and all that. So I have a friend now who is into media in Uganda. He said, "Guy, why don't you come this side and see how it works from this side?" I said, no, I really don't. Now, Nigeria, everything they happen. He said, no, you have to first come this side and we'll see how it goes. So I was there. Unfortunately, COVID caught me there. So it wasn't easy. So I didn't even plan to stay so much long. So at that time, I was working with one of my producers, Olumis, who was still in Nigeria. So he sent me a beat and I took it to his studio, Wakipenda. I will not forget. Wakipenda is a Uganda artist. And he knew he signed Drekali at that time, so I took that demo to the studio. And I got to the studio, there was a lot of production, people were there. I didn't know what to do. I kept my demo with the producer. I said, when you are done, listen to this demo. So after like few hours, he called me, like, Drekali has put a vocal in your demo. I said, just like that, how is that possible? Like, he said he likes the sound, the Afro beating and everything, so it's okay. So I rushed back to the studio. The beat is already done and everything. I have to put my vocal. So we did that production. The love from Uganda, the love from not just from Uganda, from home, they love the sound. So that pushed me to start doing more, to keep doing more. So after that, One Race, One Color, it was accepted. They liked the song, like I told you. So I wanted to do more. That drove me to do more. I do a lot. When I'm in the studio, I'm a creative. I try to try different kind of angle, and I don't get tired, you know. So my sound is unique, and I do Afro pop, and I do Afro beat, and I do hip hop too. But I love doing more of Afro beat sounds and Afro pop. Although most times when I'm doing a full song, because I don't want it to be so straight, I would like want to put a hip hop on it, a Afro beat and a hip hop on it, so to make that music sound so unique from the beginning to the end. You get, looks like maybe a different artist is on the track. So that's what I do. I just do my creation like that. Well, what inspired my whole creative process, my creating life, my creating world? First of all, I'm going to say I'm a creative and I enjoy creating. It's the only thing I enjoy doing. Like every time I think about doing something new, doing something people haven't done, every time I think about creating something, at every time, at every day I wake up, I try something new. It's a world of creation. You're not limited. You can do a lot. You see what these guys are doing. Odomodu, Black, and all. You see the sound. You see when I came, he said, I have my own sound and all that. So you are not limited. You get it, in the world of creation and the world of Afrobeat and Afro generally. So you can, it depends on how smart you are. You get, it depends on how smart you are in the industry. Maybe with time, people will get to understand your sound and all that. So when I'm doing my songs, when I'm doing my tracks, I try to blend with that Africa, that home. So I enjoy more creating with my producer in the studio. Fresh, everything fresh. You get, yeah, that's how I enjoy creating my thing. And I'm always like on the 70% of the creation in the studio. Every time I have to make a beat or I have to make a song. So I have already what's in my head is what I put there. I enjoy Fela Kuti. I enjoy more of Fela Kuti songs. Fela Kuti is a father to all. He has inspired a lot of African artists, not just African artists, to international artists. Not because people love him. That's why I'm interested in him. I'm interested in him because there's some unique thing about his music and there's some unique thing about him. So I feel like he's a leader and he's supposed to be followed. So that's why I love him and I enjoy creating more from what he has done. I love Odomodu Black because Odomodu Black, his music is kind of deep and is more like not just an artist but a preacher. If people got to see it deep, there's some things he says that you got to realize, is this thing existing? Then you got to go and find out, this thing is there. So you got to like, he says more of what is happening in the reality through his music. You get, so I love his creative process. I would love to create with him in the studio because I love his energy and the way he does his creation also. Keep working, not working hard, keep working smart. Well, I have my artist, my former boss, Penda, like I told you. The first studio I ever went to do my production, to start my production, was Penda, Mpaka Records. Yeah, I have a lot of embarrassing moments. Let's go on when I did my Lagos to Kampala album. So after setting up the launching, everything, sharing out the card and everything. So my distribution guy, like a week I've asked him, is everything set? He said yes. His thing is going live on that date. Don't worry, this. So putting all the setup, launch now, everything, food, this, that. After everything, the launching of the EP and everything, the song never dropped on that day. The distribution have to send us a message. There was an issue. So it was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. So I felt so much depressed at that minute. I felt paralyzed because this is all what I have been working on for weeks. days and everything, trying to put this thing together for the fans and everything. And at that time, the music is supposed to go on live. I got that disappointment from the distribution company. It was a crazy experience, you know, because you don't imagine. Yeah, Inside Life. When you listen to Inside Life, it's like a preach. It's like Fela Kuti. I don't know if you can play it, but if you listen to Inside Life, you listen to the creation that I did Inside Life, I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life. That's inside the life. Brother, don't say brother. Inside the life, so many marriage, no joy. You get? So I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life that people don't know. You get? I went ahead to still advise the young ones in the journey. You know? So it's a song that's so dear to me because I said a lot in it, and everything that I said was inspirational. Yeah, when we started this industry, I've had a lot of people say, this, that, but it's what comes with the creative, it's what comes with the entertainment. You know, if people don't talk those things about you, you don't grow. So criticism is important. I've taken a lot of risk. Coming down to Nigeria from Kampala to down here, it's quite expensive. Yeah. It's not easy because I came purposely for the promotion. So I've taken a lot of big risk in music. Signing an artist, I've signed an artist. After like 1 week, 2 weeks, you see the artist start behaving somehow crazy. So in the industry, it's kind of a different world. So I've taken a lot of risks, which I can't say a lot, but coming down here is a risk. When I came into Nigeria, I felt so happy. I felt like I've been released, you know. So I felt home, I felt everything, I felt alive. So it was worth it. Yeah, I have a new album titled Road to Fame. And it's so dear to me. I prepared this album not just for me, but for the world, because I believe when this album dropped, is the album taking me to those places. So that's why I titled it Road to Fame. Yeah, this album, trust me, is something it's something you can't imagine if it drops. I went extreme. I went extreme on this album coming, and the album is ready. So I'm still working on maybe 1 or 2 videos before I leave. I have a show in Uganda, but on the 15th by my boy Grenade. So I have to fly back there also, but I'm still coming back, and we are still going to be pushing the entertainment together. What up, people? It's your boy Kings B. I'm an Afrobeat artist, Afro-pop artist. I enjoy creating and join my world, Kings Baby, on all the platforms. I love you, and I promise I got you. Like my Uganda people say, do you understand? And I'm live with Souq News. Keep watching and keep streaming. Thank you.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because Me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they will tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Oba Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because I never worked all my life. You know, my were too. I said became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids. then. Was going on having the third one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, what, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employ one. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, they will come, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot of Bukhara and how would I put it? Looking structured. Was of was started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost. So when I came home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia. My boys were still. So I said, look, this fashion, if you give to the Indians that were the most was minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept them. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what? Let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman, like that's spoiled. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable. You know. What I will advise even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very well. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always been garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this. It's your that and what that true. So they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with doesn't even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes. And always be grateful to God. I really should face stupid things. More than right. Anyhow, but I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black, they will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of role model. When you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. I want to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it, it's like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street. His birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. Very, it didn't bad. Anywhere else to get the best. And I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Adebayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well, and that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan, and then he went back into private legal practice. For one, it was created, and that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, my mother, well, you know, like, in those days, once were not so much in the forefront, you know, but my has been my bedrock. Most of the things, and she's still doing well. She's still
And your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. You know, she studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know. And I just think that if we had invested more in education, that would have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then, filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, That means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the for instance, we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos was everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter, and it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own. That Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how to say that they argued a lot that, we had a minister. There was Ribadu, that I think was Yaradu, but his father. That the Lagos take event, you know, and has a state from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call of chief. Those houses of chief, remember people were from different say, you know, affairs of state. You know, house it the whereby activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a chamber, which is more or less as some people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions will share views and experiences with the people. Big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years on the quite serious. We had a number of who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I? Some people employed particular tasks, state, help us sweep goods. Some were part-time lecturers, some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary, but the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community. The Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does. And so in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels. all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimate is we have to read how we from that agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst the Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. And that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think, when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits. moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices, we'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In a situation we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by
A very warm afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News, reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now let's begin with the top stories. The Federation Accounts Allocation Committee distributes 1.7 billion naira to 1.7 trillion naira rather to the three tiers of government for the month of January 2025. The Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism targets $100 billion investment in creative industry. ICPC reaffirms partnership with media in the fight against corruption, says media support is critical to success. The Ministry of Transportation inaugurates Committee on the Prevention of Boat Mishaps in Nigeria. Now, and in sports, Nigeria's Flying Eagles defeat the Young Elephants of Cote d'Ivoire in a friendly game. Now, let's begin from the home front. The federal government says state, local government councils will share 1.703 trillion naira in the federation account revenue for January 2025, reflecting a 19.6% increase from December's 1.424 trillion naira. The rise was attributed to higher revenue collection from value-added tax, petroleum profit tax, and other sources. According to a statement by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation Accounts Allocation Committee disclosed that the total distributable revenue included 749.727 billion naira in statutory revenue, 718.781 billion naira from the value-added tax, and 20.548 billion naira from the electronic money transfer levy, and 214 billion naira in augmentation. The total gross revenue for January stood at 2.641 trillion naira, exceeding December's 2.310 trillion naira in revenue. The distribution saw the federal government receiving 552,591 million naira, states getting 590.614 billion naira, and local government councils allocated 434,567 million naira. Additionally, 125,284 million naira was disbursed as derivation revenue to oil-producing states. Now, the National Pension Commission has announced measures to secure a living wage for retired low-income earners following the federal government's approval of 758 billion naira pension bond. The Director General of PENCOM, Omolola Oluwarara, disclosed this at a press conference in Abuja, calling it a defining milestone in Nigeria's pension administration. She noted that the bond would fully settle outstanding pension liabilities under the contributory pension scheme. Ms. Omolola revealed that 107 billion naira from the bond has been allocated to the Pension Protection Fund, marking the first time in the federal government is contributing directly to the fund. The bond would also clear 253 billion naira in accrued pension rights for retirees from Treasury-funded ministries, departments, and agencies, and settle unpaid pension increases dating back to 2007. She said over 250,000 retirees would benefit from the 388 billion naira earmarked for pension arrears. Additionally, 11 billion naira was set aside to address pension shortfalls for university professors, ensuring they receive full salaries upon retirement. Ms. Omolola commended President Bola Tinubu for the intervention, stating that it would restore confidence in the pension system. She added that PENCOM would collaborate with stakeholders to ensure the smooth issuance of the bond and the timely disbursement of pension payments, with a broader goal of expanding the micro-pension plan for informal workers. Now, the federal government has signed a cooperation agreement with Saudi Arabia's Halal Products Development Company to position Nigeria as a major player in the global halal market. Valued at $7.7 trillion, the pact signed at the Makkah Halal Forum in Saudi Arabia will drive investment, technical collaboration, and market expansions in key sectors such as food production, pharmaceuticals, finance, and livestock. Vice President Kashim Shettima, represented by Senator Ibrahim Hassan Adejia, described the agreement as a transformative step in Nigeria's economic diversification strategy. He emphasized that the partnership would create jobs, attract foreign investment, and establish Nigeria as a leading force in the global halal economy, aligning with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda. Special Assistant to the President on Export Promotion, Aliyu Sharif, highlighted that the initiative builds on Nigeria's growing Islamic finance sector, which has seen success with Souq bonds and Islamic banking institutions. Now, the Minister of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, has announced plans to increase Nigeria's gross domestic product by $100 billion through strategic investments in the creative sector. Speaking in Lagos, Musawa emphasized the administration's commitment to unlocking the industry's potential. She highlighted ongoing collaborations with the private sector to develop infrastructure and support intellectual property monetization. The minister cited successful models from South Korea, Brazil, and South Africa, expressing confidence that Nigeria's creative economy could significantly boost national revenue. For the first time in decades, the federal government has released a national integrated electricity policy to transform Nigeria's power industry and encourage manufacturers back to the national grid. At the launch, the Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu, highlighted the policy's impact, noting a 70% revenue increase in the sector from 1.05 trillion naira to 1.7 trillion naira in 2024. Despite vast energy resources, Nigeria's power sector remains plagued by gas supply issues, vandalism, and regulatory bottlenecks. The Integrated Resource Plan, developed with the UK Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, aims to resolve these challenges and improve electricity reliability. You're still watching Midday News on Souq News Television. We'll bring you more details in a moment. Do join us again. Welcome back and many thanks for joining us on the Midday News today. Now we begin with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, has reaffirmed its commitment to combating corruption by strengthening its partnership with the media. This was the focus of an editors' breakfast meeting organized by the Commission, where the Honorable Chairman, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu San, outlined his vision for restructuring the ICPC and enhancing its operational effectiveness. The chairman highlighted key challenges in the public sector, citing instances where funds meant for youth projects were diverted. He noted that the ICPC, in collaboration with international partners, is actively tracking and recovering misappropriated assets, including funds hidden in foreign countries. He also discussed ICPC's adoption of artificial intelligence to analyze large data sets and track government's projects. According to him, in the past 10 years, the Commission monitored over 1,500 projects valued at more than 600 billion naira, ensuring that Nigerians benefit from budgeted infrastructure and services.
ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms.
Now, the Ethics and Integrity Compliance Scorecard and ICPC initiative was also highlighted as a tool for promoting accountability in public officers. He stressed the importance of preventing corruption at the local government level through transparency measures and the use of technology to monitor public funds. The stock market section of the Nigerian Exchange Limited reversed previous gain as investors profit-taking in EcoBank Transnational Incorporated ETI PLC and 22 others dragged the overall capitalization lower by 77 billion naira. Now, the NGX All-Share Index declined by 123.53 basis points to close at 107,675.46 basis points. Consequently, overall market capitalization value depreciated by 77 billion naira to close at 67.102 trillion naira. However, investor sentiment as measured by market breadth closed positive as 29 stocks advanced while 23 declined. Oando and PZ Cushions Nigeria's recorded the highest price gains of 10% each to close at 52.80 naira and 2 naira 95 kobo respectively, while Honeywell Flour Mills followed with a gain of 9.96% to close at 13 naira and 03 kobo per share. On the other hand, the Fitson Healthcare led the losers chart with 9.60% to close at 17 naira 90 kobo per share. Now, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has directed MultiChoice Nigeria, the operators of DSTV and GoTV, to suspend its planned subscription price hike, pending the outcome of an ongoing investigation into the company's proposed tariff adjustment. In a statement signed by its Director of Cooperative Affairs, FCCPC cited the need to protect consumers from potential exploitation during the review process. The Commission's order follows MultiChoice's request for an extension regarding its scheduled appearance before the regulator over mounting concerns about the company's recurrent price increases. Earlier, the FCCPC has summoned a MultiChoice Chief Executive Officer to appear before it on Thursday, February 27th for an investigative hearing. Now, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has inaugurated a special committee to address the rising cases of boat mishaps in Nigeria. Speaking at the event in Abuja, Oyetola stressed the urgent need to enhance safety on the nation's inland waters, which are crucial for commerce, transportation, and livelihoods. The committee, chaired by the Managing Director of the National Inland Waterways Authority, Bola Oyebanji, has been given 6 weeks to submit its recommendation. Oyetola noted that the frequent boat accidents have resulted in significant loss of lives and property, making interventions necessary. He emphasized that the committee will conduct an in-depth review of commercial boat operations, identify the root causes of accidents, and propose sustainable solutions. The initiative aligns with the 2024 International World Maritime Day, themed Navigating the Future, Safety First. In his acceptance speech, Oyebanji assured the minister of the committee's dedication to delivering results. He stated that safety on the inland waterways is non-negotiable and pledged to work diligently to enhance the maritime safety in the country. Now, the midday news will be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Here's what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part.
Now, welcome back. The Ramadan starts tomorrow, the 1st of March, 2025, and we have in the studio Sheikh Dr. Abdurrahman Lawal. He is the founder and chief missioner, Nadwat Global Assembly. Welcome to Souq News Television.
Thank you.
So the Ramadan starts tomorrow.
Yeah,
yes.
Inshallah.
Yeah, so briefly, what do Nigerians and Muslims need to know, probably not Muslims too, about the Ramadan starting tomorrow and the things that they need to put into consideration during the Ramadan season?
Ramadan is the 9th month of Islamic calendar, and is not about a national, or it's a global phenomena that almost everyone knows about it. So the month of Ramadan is a month of spiritual enhancement, spiritual enrichment, spiritual all in one. To be godly, to be God-fearing, to be righteous, to give charity, to extend to the vulnerable, the needy, and your likes. Not to see yourself as you are above the par or somewhere below you or somehow. It's just some kind of uniformity in the sight of God Almighty. So that is the basic of Ramadan, because Allah says it has been prescribed to those before you so that you can attain more of spirituality and more of God conscious.
Okay, I see. And the thing is, whenever it's time for Ramadan like this, the people who sell food, they target either early mornings when the Muslims are waking up before 6 a.m. for prayers, and late evenings around 7, 8
for breakfast.
For breakfast in the morning, then late night in the evening.
The evening is breakfasting when the sun sets.
Okay.
The dawn is when we have pre-dawn meal. Yes, that is the pre-dawn meal to start us for the day, for the fasting of the day, and the breaking of the fast when the sun sets.
Okay, talk to us a little bit about that, most especially in the breaking of the fast and the specific time for that.
No, the timing is not, something about Islam is not horological. It's just about the weather. So because this time around in Europe and some other Western worlds, so they are in winter. They are timing, because I'm trying not to be cautious of, because the stereotype mind of people is that, I want to observe my prayer around 2, around 4. It's not so in Islam. It has to be with weather. The times, the altitude of moving back and forward of the time. So that's how I call it pre-dawn meal.
Okay.
When we talk about pre-dawn meal, now, as we are now, that we are starting tomorrow, 1st of March 2025, the fasting starts around 5:45, and it will end around about 2 minutes to 7.
Okay.
That is the time now.
Okay.
The time may go up or may come down. It depends on the weather and the feasibility of the crescent that signifies the beginning of Ramadan.
Okay. So now, the expectations. What do the Muslim all over the world would expect from non-Muslims during this Ramadan system, and what should the non-Muslim expect from the Muslims that are keeping?
Yeah, well, it's not about cultural or social phenomena. It's just about basically religious activity, solidly ordained upon the Muslims, the world wide over. But when we're talking about the non-Muslim, is whereby we should have some kind of that harmonious relationship within ourselves, like the using of microphone, when you know that, it has to be reduced to the barest minimum. That's what I do in my own mosque. So I don't use that to disturb others. And whatever we are doing in this month of Ramadan, is a known period that even non-Muslim also partake in assisting and in coming over, wishing us well about those things. So, because the basic reason why the fasting in the month of Ramadan is ordained is that righteousness. So, if anyone fasts and it doesn't assume that a status of righteousness, he or she has his or fasting voided.
Okay.
So, in terms of having the cohabitation or having harmonious relationship to non-Muslim is very, very important. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. You cannot say that, I want to break my fast, and someone is, that is in need, is needy. Maybe he has not eaten in the morning. You will know, when you have to share.
Whether it's a Muslim or a non-Muslim.
It doesn't matter, because when we're talking about, like the popular adage says that hunger does not affiliate with faith. So if someone is angry or is hungry or thirsty, and you have that you can share, you share it to him. Even if it's what you kept for yourself that to use to break your fasting, and you see someone dying or yearning for water, you just have to give. You get reward for doing so.
Lastly, what would be your advice?
My advice is to our brothers and sisters in Islam to make a new, to have a rebirth within themselves. Not to just, this is a month of Ramadan, because now presently, someone was just telling me about 2 days ago that now people will now start using their real name instead of their other name that they have been using on social media and you see them, this is a Muslim, I don't know he's a Muslim, changing their DP, wearing the Islamic attires, covering their heads without using wigs, all this. They should try to imbibe in that culture immediately after Ramadan. Because that is what Ramadan is all about, to give you a rebirth, a new you. Not just that, okay, because some people will be saying, okay, after Ramadan, what next? Okay, let's go back to what we are doing. Now, there will be some kind of low patronage in some activities that people used to do, like thank God it's Friday, it will be reduced to minimal appearance, and some likewise some other things that I wouldn't mention, not to be some kind of thing. So that is how the spirit has to be. It's not just for that period alone, but for you as human, as how I will relate to you, not a Muslim. So that is what Islam is all about, and that is the message of Ramadan. It's all encompassing. To see your neighbor as your friend, as like yourself.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sheikh Dr. Abdurrahman Lawal. Thank you so much for joining us on
You're welcome.
We're going to break. We'll be back in a moment. Do join us again.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9 Business.
Welcome back. Now, fuel loading has resumed in Lagos as tanker drivers return to work following the resolution of their dispute with the Lagos state government. Many tankers were seen transporting petroleum products to filling stations across the state and beyond on Wednesday and Thursday. The drivers had earlier refused to lift fuel due to allegations of harassment, extortion, and truck seizures by government officials. The Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners confirmed that the seized trucks and detained drivers had been released, allowing operations to recommence. National President Yusuf Othman emphasized the need for a harmonious working environment, warning against policies that could disrupt fuel distribution. Similarly, Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria Vice President Ahmed Fashola acknowledged the resolution leading to the reopening of the previously shut filling stations. Meanwhile, the Lagos state government maintained that it was only enforcing the e-call-up system to regulate truck movement. It stated that 11 trucks were impounded but later released as a goodwill gesture. However, authorities warned that full enforcement of the system would begin on March the 1st, raising concerns about potential future conflict between the officials and tanker drivers. Edo State Governor Okpebholo is set to launch a major initiative to revive farming, inviting observers to witness effort firsthand. He reiterated on his post-100-day agenda, which will focus on tackling insecurity and the Back to Farm initiative in the coming weeks. Governor Okpebholo emphasized on food production being a key priority and stating that the need for fertilizers due to climate change. He plans to collaborate with President Tinubu and the Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mahmoud Abubakar, to secure resources for farmers. Highlighting his strong ties with President Tinubu, the governor noted that the president's keen interest in Edo's progress. He believes securing farmlands will drive large-scale cultivation, lowering food prices and boosting productivity. Coming up shortly is sports news. Nigeria's Flying Eagles played the Young Elephants of Cote d'Ivoire in an international friendly on Thursday, 27th at the Stade Félix Houphouët-Boigny. It was the first of the two friendly matches as the Flying Eagles defeated the Young Elephants by 2-0. The Flying Eagles captain Daniel Bami converted a penalty 3 minutes into the game, while afterwards in the 80th minute, Divine Olise scored the second goal to secure the win. Both teams will play again on Friday 28 in preparations for the African Under-20 Cup of Nations starting from the 26th of April to the 18th May. Meanwhile, the NPFL will feature Sunshine Stars versus Kwara United on the 1st of March at 4 p.m. local time. Kwara United will have the opportunity to move up to 7th position on the league table with a victory, while Sunshine Stars will be looking to escape the relegation zone with a much-needed win. And that's the midday news on Souq News Television. Now do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Do have yourself a splendid weekend.
Ramadan, a month of mercy, forgiveness, and countless blessings. Are you truly prepared to make most of it? Join us every Friday as we bring you the voice of the faithful, a special Ramadan series that will uplift your spirit and bring you closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Deep insights, powerful Quranic reflections, inspiring hadiths, and practical tips to help you maximize your Ramadan. Don't miss out. Tune in every Friday for the voice of the faithful, only on Souq News Television. Let's make this Ramadan count. Bismillah. The journey begins this Friday. See you there.
For sponsorship, please call 0703 438 6205. Masalam.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present to you as one of you, I present to you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir. The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels
which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja, whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical, and as chief law officers they need to work together with us, because by section 15 of the Constitution all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs, and we issued about 188 press releases. And also the commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms, and also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical reorientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of proceeds of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now recently we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You also, the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continue to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fees to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And he can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice, so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provide that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country, because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that you will be frustrated, because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this your concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well, but I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best, and we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. Former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the process of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, on your project. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute. Please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I will not go to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora of anti-corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, I have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises of course the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had two questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number two, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue. Because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I will go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On other issue, which like the president said that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that is you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or defending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state governor, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is certain thing that even if you deny is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public office holders. And also we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Switch
us to number our days, that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that I would take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Today is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, celebrating Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and well-wishers gather to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned, we will be right back. So it is Souq Podcast on Souq News Television. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. He's the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as Bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as bishop before his election or elevation as the secretary of conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating of whom to select as the secretary of conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Chukwuemeka Kanushe, really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekuro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately he was elevated as secretary of conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting secretary of the conference, would you say that experience counts? Experience
counts. You must have served as bishop for some years, and I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job. And I think he is in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrant today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever He wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese, Ibadan. Thank you so much for your
Bless
time.
you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Alright, so in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadausi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadausi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great, so celebrating the secretary of the conference, so tell us, how can you measure his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodhicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the secretary of conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria, and that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church, and he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church to a position of enviable status, and also he has been able to redefine the job of secretary of conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across, and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people. And even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So, in selecting the secretary of conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of secretary of conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity, or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges. Okay. And so, anyone that will be the secretary of conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long life and prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
His light seemed as ruined and wrecked as the battered ship. He was trying to steer through the storm.
Of the original version of the speech beginning with O strong God, and then verse this leader. Several years later,
verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the people who took the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by principle.
Alright, so it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, is what we call is an egbo to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship.
I see.
So we have the one he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right? What do you admire in him?
I think his courage. His courage, and the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, his courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry, and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are, first, I think we must establish the fact that if you are called by God, yeah, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, like maybe that's where his passion comes in.
Okay.
He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria. He's an ebullient person, and with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith, and that resonates, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible, and so in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right, so before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him he gets to higher grounds. I wish he his wife, and who is like an Egbon to me also.
Okay.
So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of Egbons.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish him he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Timothy Olatuji of Irisha North. Right Reverend and Sister Goiga. The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as a prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff of Christ.
He will done songs of devotion for Christian associations in New York 1870. And then Dawn and Robert Glory, where it was.
Alright, it is still the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests, distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this, podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So, as his deputy, how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, if you agree with me, but what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you, he would cajole you, he would try to encourage you, but just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with, but at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done, and just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So, would you say that his journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God. because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things. But God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person should be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants, and it has been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we will be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. It's still Souq podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo. I'll take it from the top, Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Bamidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference Education Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him, and it's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to listen to you and then come up with solutions, especially when you are in crisis. He's the people's man. He is well loved. And no wonder we call him the new Don. Papa T happened to teach me when I was in the seminary. He was my teacher. And we have a name we call him then. When he's teaching you, he flows. So we say, flow out.
Oh, okay.
we call him
flow out. I see. Okay, so at any point, were there a time you felt, oh, I don't think I can work with this person? At any point in time?
Not at all.
Wow.
If I have my way, I will work with him until I retire from Methodist Church Nigeria.
That's great. So tell me how, if his journey so far reflects the value and the mission of Methodist Church.
Come again.
So I asked, his journey so far, would you say it reflects the mission and the vision of Methodist Church Nigeria?
Of course.
So tell us about it.
Of course. If we have to trace his life, when I say his life as a Methodist, I think Methodist Church Nigeria is lucky to have a bishop like him. He has attracted so many things, so many positive things to the church. So you can see the crowd in there. That's the testimony of the kind of person he is. Like I say, he's a gift to the church, and we are proud of him.
Thank you very much. So what do you wish him today? What do you wish him
all
today?
The very best life can offer. And then many more gracious years ahead. And when the fullness of time comes, we shall all meet over there in heaven, including you.
Amen. Amen. We look forward to that. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate
Thank you.
it.
God bless you.
Amen.
All right.
So again, we have someone special right on this side, and he will be shedding light into the life of today's celebrant. And he is the Right Reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo. It's a pleasure having you.
Very reverend.
Okay, very reverend. Pardon me. So you can tell us more. Let's meet you again.
All right. I am very reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo.
Okay.
Head Media and Communications. Okay. Methodist Church Nigeria.
Great. So tell me, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
Yes, he's my boss, my direct boss.
Okay.
In fact, he is one of the arrowheads God used to bring me to the media office, and he had been a close ally and friend, so that he will give me counsel and advice based on what to do in the office. And he is a father, he's a mentor, he's a pragmatic leader, he's very eloquent and very widespread. In fact, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had traveled through the east and also to the middle belt and have been a bishop of the Igbo people.
So I see you people call him Papa T, so let me call him now. Papa T is celebrating 60. What does that represent to you as someone working close with him?
Yes, like I said, Papa T for everybody means a different thing.
Okay.
For us, we copied it from his equals because he always tried to play the role of a father even while he was young, and then he has a baby face. Of course, you can see that at 60, he's still looking more like someone who is around 40, 45, 50, you know. So I call him Papa T because I feel it very comfortable for me because he plays the role of both father, boss, friend, and everything.
So as the Secretary of Conference, Methodist Church of Nigeria, what would you say he's doing differently?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, He is one of the oldest bishops, as at the time he became the secretary of conference. That's one thing that you can't take from him. And then he is also the only sitting SOC who is celebrating 60th on the seat. And then, like I said earlier, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had pastored the Igbo people in Umuahia East and had been in Edo Delta, and then is also a bishop here in the city. So he is well traveled, and he is one of the most connected bishops who actually brought in the C.C. Williamson training of Methodist connection to Nigeria. And he's well connected both outside and internally. He is highly connected. In fact, as at the time he came in at a very time where he came with the prelate. We refer to him as the SOC New Dawn. You know, the church was indebted, but then he didn't close his eye from it. Neither did he close his eyes from supporting the prelate in development. So he's quite a very specific bishop who is interested in the growth and development. So he's using his connections to ensure the stability of the church.
Great. So do you see yourself in his shoes in the near future?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
In the near future, we don't say now.
Yes, I wouldn't say that, because you see, there are shoes that you will project to sit on. And I think I really don't envy the seat of an SOC at all. Yes, because the work there is so much. It's beyond just ecclesiastical and pastoral. It is beyond administration. It has to do with understanding history, understanding administration, and then taking serious risk, because the truth is, you are just like the shock absorber to whatever happened. The prelate is an ecclesiastical head, and the SOC is the administrative arm. So he takes some decisions and he works based on canonical obedience. So whether good or bad decision by the prelate, he is the shock absorber. So I see things just from a pastoral way. So I could actually just say, okay, maybe leadership. Okay. But when it comes to SOC, it's administration.
Okay, so tell us your wish for him today.
Wow. Seriously, I wish him good health, long life and prosperity. And above all, joy and happiness, because that's what I derive anytime I see him and his wife.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much for your time.
You're blessed.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Alright, so we have another special guest with us here, and she will be telling us more about this celebrant. We have Dame Mowumi Shotubo. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
The celebrant is a brother to me. No, not biological brother, but you can have brothers that are even closer to you than your biological brother. I've known him for over 30 years, and he's been a fantastic person in the ministry. Apart from the ministry, he's very close to my family. There's any time I call him, it's very handy. And he has a fantastic wife too. I thank God for that.
Great. So as the Secretary of Conference for Methodist Church, what would you say are those special things that he has been doing?
Special?
Yes, those special things he has been doing as a Secretary of the Conference.
Well, as the Secretary of Conference, I think it coordinates all the ministers under him. It coordinates everything in the church, and everything the patriarch does, he coordinates it. You know, he's in charge of the Methodist at the conference level, and he's doing the work very well. May God continue to be with him, guide him, and show him direction.
Amen. So you mentioned earlier that aside from being a brother from the church, he is also related to you outside church. So looking at his leadership skills in the church and his involvement with the family, you know, how would you weigh this? If you want to measure it, how would you weigh it?
Naturally, I think he has a fantastic leadership quality. God blessed him with that. So we should just continue to pray for him. He's holding the fort very well. And our prayer is, it should not derail. We should just continue to pray.
So what do you wish him as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee?
Well, I wish him a very, very glorious return. As he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee, by God's grace, he will celebrate 70, 80, 90, 100. And the Lord will grant him all his heart desires. The Lord will bless him, bless his family, continue to uphold him as he continues with his work as the Secretary of Methodist Conference.
Thank you very much.
Well,
the entire congregation and the entire members of his family are before you this afternoon with their sacrifice of praise and thanksgiving. We thank you most especially for making this day a reality. Accept our thanks and praises in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father, for your grace you have bestowed upon his life. Thank you for who he is today. And thank you for all that you have been doing in his life. As he is today, Father, we pray that you accept his thanksgiving in the name of Jesus. Father, we lift him up to you because you are our protector, you are our defender, you are everything to us. Father, from this moment, continue to uphold your son. In the name of Jesus. As you have spared his life to see this day, Father, we pray for longevity. We pray that your peace will reign supreme in his life, in his family. Surround him with your peace. Continue in you, the author of life, in the name of Jesus. We pray, O Lord, that all it takes to succeed.
And now we have the Right Reverend Dr. Iyang Effiong. He is the Bishop in charge of evangelism and discipleship. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
We have a very good relationship. Number one, he is my colleague, my senior colleague.
Okay.
Number two, he is the number 2 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria, the Secretary of Conference, which I followed him as a number 3 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria headquarters. So he is the Secretary of Conference, he is in charge of administration, and everything goes through him in terms of administration.
Okay.
So, and working with him is a good thing.
So tell me, what do you admire about his leadership?
But you have this, you cannot predict him when you meet with him.
Okay.
If you stay with him, he doesn't like any word to say. He will say, he will sustain you with a lot of ideas, good ideas. He will advise you. He will also encourage you in a lot of things, most especially concerning the church. It's like he has the whole idea of Methodism in his head.
Wow. So was there a time when you felt like, look, I think I can work with him, or the pressure is much, I just want to take a break? Was there ever a time?
Humanly, there must be a time like that.
Okay.
But as the condition of the work and the policy as a church, you cannot avoid working with one another.
I see.
Because
So how were you able to pull through?
There's no way you work with a human being that you may not have one issue or the other. But a way to manage that issue makes you a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is no way you can not have such things.
All right, so he's celebrating 60 today.
Yeah.
What does that represent to you as someone, the number 3, right, to him? What does that mean to you?
I really thank God for him, because so many people were born the same day with him. I don't think they are alive to see today. So for him to be 60 today is a blessing from God. It's something to celebrate. So for us to come here, we have seen his lifestyle as encourage others, and also an encouragement to me as a person. So I supposed to go home and rest after the national convention, but because of this celebration, I have to come back to Lagos in order to share in this celebration.
So in the position he's occupying, let me just ask you this. Is it a position that expires, or you just have to be there till God says, yes, it's time to move? Do you have maybe 2, 3, 4 years tenure and all of that?
We have a tenure.
Okay.
We have a period of 5 years at the first term.
Okay.
Then if the Lord and the church also decide for you to go further, you move the second term, that's another 5 years.
Okay, so I actually asked this question, so I could ask you, would you like him to come again and again as the secretary of the committee?
By the special grace of God, if the church accepted him to continue the second term, I would love him to continue. But because of his age, I would love him to be elevated into the office of Archbishop after his first term.
Alright, so tell us your wish for him today as he celebrates 60.
Thank you.
What's your wish for him?
I wish him long life. I wish him good health. I wish him prosperity. I wish him divine connection and other connection that will help him to excel in his ministry.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Bless you. And you didn't tell me your name, but I've told you my name.
Okay, so my name is Grace Komolafe, and you are watching Souq Podcast. We take it from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world.
My sister, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure too.
God bless you.
Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much for coordinating. We appreciate you. The Bishop of the Secretary General of Christian Council of Nigeria, we are very grateful. All the bishops, I salute you and God bless you in Jesus' name. Bishop of Evangelism, thank you so much. You should be resting after this convention, but you did not rest. You are here physically. Honor us and the Lord honor you in Jesus' name. Let me thank all the presenters. They have done so well. All the presenters of our meeting today, they have done very, very well. May God bless all of you mightily in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our lay presidents, particularly the lay president of conference, Saide, Okay, you did one. You did? Thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the lead president of conference, there's no way I'll effectively work with the prelates and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past lead presidents that are here, including Sir Lanabutola, who is formerly president of Raymond.
Alright, and at this very moment, I have a very close person to the celebrant, and she is the very sister of the celebrant. Her name is Mrs. Bolanle Ogunaike. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
Pleasure is mine.
Alright, your brother, so like you mentioned off camera, you said he's your immediate junior brother.
Yes.
Oh wow, so tell us, how was growing up like?
Oh, we call him Papa T.
Oh, way back.
Way back.
I see.
Because he was born when my paternal grandfather died. So that's where he got his name Babatunde from.
Oh, that's great.
So he is a very gentleman, very selfless. He loved his family dearly. It's someone that he would do anything for his family. I mean, I'm talking about we, his siblings.
I see. So, at any point while he was growing up, would you have thought that he would become someone occupying a special position within the church circle?
Our paternal grandfather happens to be a church catechist with Methodist Church Nigeria.
I see.
My late father is a local preacher, is a chairman or the president of Men's Fellowship, Methodist Church Nigeria. My late mom, Dame Oluranti Abigail Taiwo, she was a staunch Christian, a Methodist to the core. She served in every area of Methodist, starting from Sunday school to Women Fellowship, Lagos Diocese. We are originally born and raised in Ereko Methodist, and same with my brother. So, yes, just like I said, Tunde has always been a very gentle one. He is the number 3 in the family. I'm number 2 and the first daughter. And he is one of the peacemakers when things are going rough. He's the one that will stand in gap and say, oh, please, let's be peaceful about this. So he has always had the trait of being a reverend.
I see.
And he loves to pray. He loves to pray. So I honestly know that he didn't make any mistake when he decides to be a reverend.
I see. So you obviously he's been so grounded looking at the history of your family. So I mean, it's in the blood.
It is.
It's in the blood. But would you say at any point in time you saw him, probably you've ever seen him being downcasted and maybe feeling like, oh, we can't do this, or I can't do this at any point in time? Or do you see him as someone that is always, you know, up on his feet and no dull moment at any point?
So Babatunde, well, I will call him Babatunde because he's my baby brother. So I have the right to call him by his first name. Even though he's the bishop, he is very pessimistic. He's a go-getter. I remember him telling me one day that in our family, nobody has read up to being having a doctorate degree, and he's going to get it.
Wow!
And he worked hard, and he got it.
Wow!
So I give him kudos for that. He's very focused. When he wants to do things, he gets it done. Irregardless of what it's going to cost him, he will get it done.
Wow. So he's celebrating 60 today. What are your prayers for him?
My prayers for Babatunde and his family is to continue doing what he knows how to do best. Serving the Lord. Embrace his family. Never forget his background. Because oftentimes, men of God, because they get overwhelmed with this work of the ministry, they kind of not intentionally neglect their family. So he needs to maintain a balance, a good balance between ministry, home, and his siblings. So I live in the United States.
I see.
And I came for this.
All the way. Wow.
So I feel honored to be here to celebrate my brother.
That's great.
I'm now the most senior out of the surviving children because we lost our brother, which is the firstborn. So I have no other choice than to be there, because if our parents were alive, they will be here.
So your special wish for him today?
I wish him good life, good health, prosperity, and above all, because Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his life? Above all, Papa T, Babatunde Abiodun, I wish you that you don't lose your kingdom race. You don't lose your heavenly race, irregardless of what it takes. Serve the Lord, serve the Lord, and serve the Lord.
Thank you so much for your time, though. I appreciate you. Thank you. Alright, so we have very Reverend Godwin Onobo seated here with us today, and he will also be sharing moments with us about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
By the special grace of God, the celebrant, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, the Secretary of Conference, is a father to me, and incidentally, I work directly with him as the Conference Director of Research Services and Documentation at 2122 Marina, which is the corporate headquarters of Methodist Church in Nigeria.
Great. So having worked with him, I mean, you directly work with him, right?
Yes.
So tell me, how has his leadership influenced you?
The celebrant is a man of many parts. He's an astute administrator, and is a motivator, he's a galvanizer, he's a strategist, and he's a philosopher, a theologian, a pastor, and he's been a wonderful father. And his style of leadership has been very, very impactful. He's a man that is result-oriented, a man of action, and is a gift to our church.
Okay, so you mentioned his style of leadership. You know, someone could actually have a positive style of leadership, but it's another thing for it to align with the mission and vision of that organization. I want to ask you, his style of leadership, does it align with the vision and mission of Methodist Church?
Of course. He is popularly known as SOC New Dawn, and since the inception of his administration as the Secretary of Conference, the church has witnessed a lot of progress in different angles, and he is a leader that believes in corporate leadership. You know, he samples the opinion of people, you know, working around him, and so as a result of that, it has made his administration smooth and dynamic, and of course, his leadership style is in tandem with the vision and mission of the church.
All right, so what do you wish him today as he celebrates 60?
I wish him the very best and many more years of fruitful celebrations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen.
Yeah.
has been super amazing, if you would agree with me. Well, for me, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. Look, celebrating 60, it's no small feat at all. That's a huge one, I must say to you. Looking at the environment and a whole lot of things happening around the world, it's no joke. So we must thank God for bringing Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo this far, and like I said earlier, he's going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. But you know what? We need to go. I wish we can take more interviews. I wish we can hear more, testimonial about the celebrant. But hey, we have to call it a day. This is Souq Podcast. We'll take it right from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world, any day, anytime. I remain Grace Komolafe. Reach out to us via the number scrolling on your screen or through our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Thread and on X. Yes, until some other time, I would see you again on Souq Podcast. Have an amazing time out there. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for staying with us on Souq Podcast. Like we promised, that we're going to be bringing to you some of the participants on today's training. Yes, the training is going to be a week long, but it started today, and so far it's been a very interesting one. I could see the participants in there laugh and also respond. It's been very interactive and quite engaging as well. So we have with us here, right here, Dr. Irene Akidino, who is a medical practitioner, and she is with the Area Specialist Teaching Hospital in Edo State. She's traveled all the way from Edo State to be part of this training. If you know Area Specialist Teaching Hospital, you must be conversant with some of the strides, medical strides that they've made. During the COVID-19 era, they were there and they actually were able to help. As you know, that the medical sector did actually perform well in helping to contain the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Not only that, when you hear Lassa fever, so one institute that is like the go-to in terms of treatment containing the spread, then you should think Area Specialist Teaching Hospital. So she's here and she'll be talking to us about the change narrative in Nigeria. People say we have lots of policies, but what have we gotten from the policies? First of all, you traveled all the way to be part of this training. How has it been for you, day one?
Well, thank you very much. I have no regrets. It's been quite engaging, enlightening, and I think the interactive aspect has really been good, so far the facilitators have been amazing, and the fact that we are from different sectors brings to bear, your different experiences. The problems may be the same, but I think with the facilitators, the solution is almost the same, despite, what institution, either public or private, you come across, and not just dwelling on the problems, but thinking of the solutions, So that's, I think, the strategic insights, which the course is all about.
All right, so now this is Lagos, but apart from it being Lagos, this training has afforded you to meet with your colleagues, counterparts in other fields, and like you said, the conversation is revolving around the same thing. What can be done better for these organizations to stay relevant and be able to deliver value to the consumers? Now, the theme is strategic insight and planning. Now, if we look at government agencies, how does this apply into this world, knowing that the global thinking is changing? So around different sectors, there's a paradigm shift. How is Nigeria playing to ensure that it's not left out?
Yeah, thank you. We talked today about things like looking at competition in a positive way. And looking more towards collaboration and partnerships than competitiveness. the way it is even globally, you can't necessarily have all the resources, but you can partner with public, private sectors. The federal can partner with the state. You know, I was telling someone, I said, yes, initially we used to be the only one, you know, when it came to top Lassa fever, but we're a country of over 200 million. There is no way we can, you know, cater for everybody. So the important thing is, how do you grow other people in other regions? So places like FMC or are also growing in this. You know, we dialyze patients that have Lassa, we know the hospital will be. And you know, we've had zero to low mortality of staff from Lassa fever. You know, so when other people come, we have a fellowship now. People can come and do a fellowship and look at all aspects. I'm an intensivist, so we ventilate and we have a critical care unit for them. But the main thing is collaborations, your strengths. What are the strengths each person has? Because really, that is the only way to grow. Okay. You realize that there's a deficit. How do we meet up? You know, you collaborate with private sector. I think Blue, Lawsuit, and Triton are doing that for cardiac, and they're able to achieve more and train personnel. So I think that's a big one, and really attitudinal change is key.
Okay, so let's talk about policy. You know, different policies are made to fit specific sectors and purposes. So would you say your sector, you find it very easy adapting to the policy meant for your sector? Are there challenges? How are you trying to, you know, make this work? I mean, I see you smiling. It's a challenge, but because we mentioned that earlier, that we have good policies, but the issue is making sure that you see them to the later. People get to do this thing. So, in your own sector, how would you say this works?
Well, you know, if we have to be sincere, really, you know, these policies, you know, everybody knows we make very fantastic policies, or how do they get into creation, you know. And I think that is where this comes into play. These are the policies, you know. There will be a lot of challenges. We understand how the landscape is, you know. You have a policy on availability of healthcare, the number of doctors, but in reality, a lot have left. But you need to still be able to render care, because policy, you are there, you are this center for that, you know. Okay. But the main thing is, in the same thing, you have these issues and these challenges. How do you improve your strengths and make them become competencies? How do you become creative? You know, I was telling them, I said, because we had experience with Lassa so much, and we're always running out of PPEs, we decided to produce our own PPEs that we could wash, we could autoclave. So when COVID came, we already were used to something. You know, when you prepare before the need arises, you go through all the downs, you know, and we're able to do that. Now we have, whenever at the end of a Lassa week, we still have our regular meetings and updates. And how we look, you know, reflect, where did we go wrong? How do we improve? So the thing with policies that they can be there, but when you put them on ground, you have to continue to evaluate yourself, you know, and improve and be creative. We have to be creative. That's true. That's the only way.
Okay, so let me also ask you this. You know, I think in the course of the training, Dr. Ken mentioned attitude. So I'm bringing it to your sector. I remember he was talking, he even referred to an incident, you know, talking about the attitude of a nurse towards someone and all of that. So as a leader in that field, how well would you say you've been able to change this narrative?
Well, in sincerity, I think even if you have all the equipment you have, especially in the health sector, the attitude is poor, you're not going to really achieve a lot, you know. There's a lot of psychology managing ill, and just your attitude and your perception goes a long way in providing some aid. You know, we all have mission and vision statements, and really, how many of us who work there live and work with those ethos? And I think for me, that is something that we should take. You know, the cleaner should understand, I'm in the hospital, I'm working as a cleaner because I want to be part of healthcare delivery. So if a patient, if I'm sweeping and somebody walks past, I shouldn't be angry that the person has dirtied, you know, maybe they're coming from the body place. I should realize that this person is ill and has come for help, and I shouldn't, you know, my attitude shouldn't be one that makes person feel bad. The same thing with the healthcare professionals. You understand that you're stretched, you're overworked, but you know how you receive patients and how you counsel them. You know, just funny enough, today I had to give a lecture this morning before I came here for doctors who are specializing in anesthesia, and I needed to talk on patient counseling and breaking bad news. You know, so those are things about communication skills. It's not about how much skill I have as an anesthetic, my non-technical skills. And I think that is something I think we need to change completely, like almost a 360 degree. And I think it will affect everything. It will affect our policies. It will affect how well we even use the resources we have maximally for effectiveness. So moving forward, I think it's something that one has to, like going back, you know, I need to emphasize. But I think, you know, everything starts from we.
Yes.
Yeah, the leaders, you know, when they see your attitude, then they know they kind of, you know, you also act like an example, really, and say, oh, if she does this and she talks this way, then it means I can.
Yes.
You know, yes. So
Lead by example.
Lead by example.
That's it.
That is what we need.
That's it.
All right, so you've talked about resources too. This is a time where there is limited resources, whether it's for government or if it's for private enterprises. So alongside strategic thinking, strategic insight, thinking, planning, comes the issue of budgeting. If we look at the health sector, now, how do we appropriate the funds, limited funds that is budgeted for healthcare service? In the course of the training today, primary healthcare facilities were mentioned. And we know that at this time, it's of priority to the Federal Ministry of Health to revitalize the primary healthcare system. But when we come to budgeting for them, equipping this primary healthcare system, does it look actually that there is a lot of thoughtful thinking and planning into how the primary healthcare system should work and meet the needs, deliver value to the consumers of healthcare?
You know, thank you. What I've realized is what the primary healthcare needs minimal equipment. A ventilator would cost about 30 million naira. The primary healthcare system does not need that. They need the basic things. Things to check patient's pulse, things to check patient's blood pressure. But what they need at that level is capacity development and training. To know, oh, how can I identify someone who is critically ill and do a little bit essential care and move. So those things don't really cost so much. But the important thing is if you invest and ensure that they have the capacity, they have the training, they have that incentive, they're made to feel important, it improves the overall health indices of the country. So yes, a lot is budgeted there. How well is it being utilized? And I think because I go to a lot of cases, because I also do a lot of non-governmental work. I'm the president of the Medical Women Association of Nigeria in Edo State. So we do a lot of training and advocacy, and we go, you know, to talk to, you know, health care workers and all of that. And realize that they just need education, they need incentive. They also want to feel that they matter in the overall health, and they really matter because they're the ones closer to the people. The community, people in the community feel comfortable with them than coming to the hospital I work, because there's that personal relationship. Yeah. So I think investing in primary health care is good because it will improve the overall health indices. But capacity building is key in doing that, and we hope that we will have that the insight and the zeal to do that and provide such in all the communities.
Okay, I'm going to take it from here now, the insight. How do we get the insight as to the exact need of the people? We're looking at the medical field now, or the medical sector, because that's your area. Now, it's one thing to say, let's focus on the primary healthcare sector, and that's the way to ensure that healthcare gets to those at the grassroots. But how can these things be linked? So someone goes to the primary healthcare, like you mentioned that the primary healthcare center doesn't need much equipment, but if the case becomes severe, because people go there for basic healthcare needs, maybe they're not feeling very well, for mild ailment, but where they're diagnosed with something more severe, then there's referral to a secondary healthcare system. You find that in some localities where you have primary healthcare centers, the nearest secondary healthcare facility is so far. So it's kind of hard for people to just move like from one level. So if it's very severe, then you easily move to the next healthcare facility that can attend to. Is that a missing link? Is that why sometimes certain policies that are supposed to yield results at the implementation stage seem not to be giving the right results? How can this be corrected?
Yes, it's those are part of the things. You have to realize that there are a lot of delays in accessing healthcare and reducing all these mortality indices. From your home to the hospital, that's another thing. From the hospital to a referral center. Now, ideally, everything from to get to even the primary healthcare center, the roads may be bad. So even if I know I should get there, but I can't even access. But another thing, the very important thing is that these healthcare centers should have ambulances. Means to move patients from the primary. It shouldn't be their responsibility anymore to say, oh, I have to now think of how to move myself. And you can domesticate this. You see, these tricycles have been used in places like India as a means of moving persons from the primary health care to a secondary health care. And that responsibility is not borne by the patient, it's borne by government. I should be able to transfer a patient, even from my facility, to another facility that does more of the cardiac issues if I can't handle that, or in neurosurgical if we have limitations. Now, who bears that responsibility? Should it be the patient or the government? It should be the government. Because the person has come to a government facility to seek care. And we all understand, you can't have all the facilities in one place. So you also have, we talked about the ratio of doctors, I realize that we are far from ideal, But the thing is, if you need to repair that bridge, the ambulance services, it is the responsibility of government. You have trauma centers. But if I have a trauma on the road, is there an ambulance that will pick me and take me to the closest trauma center, or I have to wait for passerby and good Samaritans who will take me, and sometimes they even increase the mortality in moving critically ill patients, you understand? So it's I wouldn't say it's complex. Sometimes it seems daunting, but I think it is something that can be done. You see other societies and see, oh, these policies they've had, how did they? You understand it. And you should try and replicate, not in full. You domesticate it
based on your
environmental factors, and all of that. But see how it works. I don't want to believe, oh, there's a problem that cannot be solved, because I think that's why we are humans and intelligent. Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like you to speak to this. There are some roadblocks that I call it roadblocks because oftentimes, if that's the right word now, you see people when they are in a state of emergency, bring them to the hospital, and you hear that there are some policies or rules that are in place saying, oh, we can't do this, oh, sorry, you have to provide this, and all of that. Again, health, they say, is wealth, right? So if someone is alive first, he or she could find a way to run around to sort out some other necessary things, So is it possible we move away from, if this is not available, we cannot treat? Those roadblocks. Is it possible?
Oh, sure. Now there used to be a lot of hesitancy. Oh, do you attend to gunshot victims until you get a police report? Recently they have said no. You attend to them while in the process of doing that. And I think it's wrong to tell people to pay before, because that is what you call emergency. It is in the first 24 hours, and that is critical in survival. Because I could be walking across the street, I wouldn't take my ID card, I probably didn't take my phone. I get knocked down by a vehicle. I get to the hospital, I'm unknown.
Yes.
Because at that point, nobody knows who I am. But that doesn't mean I'm not even on a health insurance policy and all that. But it is important at that point in time to offer emergency and essential critical care. And that is something we're trying to advocate really, to ensure that is available for 24 hours. Be able to give oxygen the patient needs it, and stabilize that person in the first 24 hours. And subsequently, you can now find ways. And I think a lot of hospitals are actually changing that narrative. However, where I work, I can only speak for where I work in ISTH area. for the first 24 hours, sometimes they think you get emergency care.
All right.
Emergency care.
I want to believe that is happening because it's a policy of the management that treatment should come first before other things while they're on the process. Okay, so this training that is for top level managers, I believe that all of you will go back to your respective organizations and begin to implement the changes via policy initiatives and all that. But we also find that in some organizations where policies have been made, the policies are not even understood by those who I may want to refer to as foot soldiers in questions, those who are on the ground to carry out the activities, the functions necessary for the full implementation of the policies. Some of them are not fully informed, they do not understand it, and sometimes there is no buy-in. And when there is no buy-in, you don't expect that people will do what is necessary to have this. So it doesn't really work. On paper, you have this policy, that policy. For instance, the issue of treatment or payment before treatment. That you say is happening in your organization, but if we go to some other medical establishments, particularly the private run ones, that may not really apply. So how do we ensure that top level managers communicate effectively policies, secure buy-in, and then they become things that the consumers enjoy? Even to what you were talking about when we talk about the primary health care, the ambulance situation that happens in other countries where the tricycles are used. In that training, I also listened, and I got a part of it when the facilitator for today, talking about Dr. Ken Kenwa, who was talking about the client's functions or consumer functions. So what you need to actually deliver the service that your consumers are expecting to get from you. So what is the role of the manager in all of this? Communicating the policy.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we take you around the globe on business, economy and developmental stories. I am Grace Komalafe. Former African Development Bank AFDB Senior Vice President Swazi Stabalala has declared her readiness to transform Africa's economic landscape by prioritizing infrastructure development and strengthening the private sector's role if elected president in May. The South African finance expert is the only woman among 5 candidates vying to lead the continent's top financial institution, which holds a prestigious AAA rating from major global agencies. Shabalala faces competition from Zambia's Samuel Maimbo, Senegal's Amadou Hort, Mauritania's Sidi Ouattara, and Chad's Abbas Mahamat Toli. Her bid has received strong backing from South Africa's Financial Minister, Enoch Godongwana, who lauds her extensive experience in finance, infrastructure, and economic development. Shabalala joined the AFDB in 2018 and became Senior Vice President in 2021, previously held leadership roles at Old Mutual Standard Bank and Transnet. The AFDB election is set for May 29 this year and will determine the successor to Nigeria's Akinwumi Adesina, who is completing his decade-long tenure. Away from that, Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has held trade talks with Somalia's President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud in a bid to reaffirm bilateral relations. The meeting, which focuses on the wide range of bilateral issues, including trade and security, came after months of disputes. Ethiopia and Somalia had built tensions last year after Ethiopia struck a deal to lease a part of its border coastline from Somalia's breakaway region in Somaliland. And data from Kenya's Statistics Office have revealed that annual inflation rate increased to 3.5% this month. The increase, which is 0.2% higher than January, marks the fourth consecutive month of inflationary pressure, driven by fluctuations in consumer prices. The modest increase suggests ongoing economic adjustment amid global and regional financial uncertainties. Despite the rise, inflation remains within the central bank's target range, signaling relative stability compared to previous years. And in South Africa, its Public Investment Corporation is expanding investments in Africa through private credit. The firm, which manages government pension funds worth $163 billion, has deployed 8 billion rand in the past 2 years, avoiding listed equities and private equity due to market limitations. The investment corporation sees private credit as a viable option to finance infrastructure projects across the continent where demand for energy, water, logistics, and digital infrastructure exceeds $130 billion to $170 billion annually. Meanwhile, South Africa's rand dropped by 0.3% against the dollar today, trading at 18.52 rands per dollar. The currency has faced volatility due to local budgets, despite and uncertainties around United States tariff policies under President Trump. Investors are closely watching South Africa's trade and budget balance data, while earlier reports showed an increase in M3 money supply growth to 7.10% in January from 6.71% in December. G20 finance meeting ends without consensus. These and other stories after the break. Stay with us. Officials from the US, China, India, and Japan. South Africa, the host nation, expressed disappointment as discussions on the climate, finance, global trade, and financial system reforms ended in a stalemate. While issues of the security and support for transparent multilateral trading systems saw positive reactions, climate financing emerged as a contentious issue, with some countries prioritizing other economic concerns. Despite the lack of consensus, finance leaders acknowledge that inflation has eased due to strategic monetary policies and supply chain improvements. The meeting highlighted ongoing divide between developed and developing nations on financial commitments for climate action and economic cooperation. The Arab Energy Fund, formerly known as APCORP, has successfully issued a $650 million 5-year senior unsecured bond under its global medium-term notes program. This surpasses the initial target of $500 million due to strong investor demand. Investor participation was diverse, with an oversubscription rate of 1.4 million. MENA investors accounted for 60%, while Asia and Europe made up 40% of the order book. The issuance highlighted the fund's strong credit profile and global investor confidence. As lead managers for the transaction, including BSF Capital, Doha Bank, First Abu Dhabi Bank, Mashred, Nomura, and Standard Chartered Bank. Still on the world news, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, is yet to make a decision on its planned oil output increase in April as fresh United States sanctions on Venezuela, Iran, and Russia complicate global supply outlook. The group has until early March to finalize its decision as the division persists, with the United Arab Emirates and Russia supporting increased production, while Saudi Arabia and other members favor a delay. Oil prices, which surged above $82 per barrel in January following sanctions, have since dropped to $73 amid hopes for a Russian-Ukraine peace deal. However, additional United States measures have heightened the uncertainties as OPEC has been cutting output since the year 2022 to stabilize prices. And UK Energy Secretary E.D. Miliband is set to visit China in March to restart discussions on energy cooperation and attract Chinese investment. Miliband will meet his Chinese counterpart Wang Hongzhi to revive the UK-China energy dialogue with a focus on clean energy collaboration rather than nuclear power. He will also hold talks with Chinese investors to promote opportunities in the UK. The visit aligned with the Labour government's push to strengthen UK-China relations amid global trade tension. And United States President Donald Trump says the proposed 25% tariffs on Mexican and Canadian goods will take effect on Tuesday, March 4, along with an extra 10% duty on Chinese imports. The move, which is aimed at curbing the flow of fentanyl into the U.S., adds to the 10% tariffs imposed on China earlier in February. The new tariffs coincide with China's annual parliamentary meetings where economic policies for 2025 will be unveiled. United Nations Secretary General felicitates Muslims worldwide on the occasion of Ramadan. These and other stories will bring your way after this break.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souq News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Thank you for staying tuned. As Muslim begins fast in March, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has felicitated Muslims around the world on this year's Ramadan. In a video, in a message, Guterres expressed his warmest wishes to Muslims, urging them to reflect on the values of compassion, empathy, and generosity that defines Ramadan.
Warmest wishes as Muslims around the world begin observing the holy months of Ramadan. Ramadan embodies the values of compassion, empathy, and generosity. It is an opportunity to reconnect with family and community, a chance to remember those less fortunate, and to all those who will spend this sacred time amid displacement and violence, I wish to express a special message of support. I stand with all those who are suffering. From Gaza and the wider region to Sudan, the Sahel and beyond. And I join those observing Ramadan to call for peace and mutual respect. Every Ramadan I undertake a solidarity visit and fast with the Muslim community around the globe. These missions remind the world of the true face of Islam. And I always come away even more inspired by the remarkable sense of peace that fills this season. In these holy months, let us all be uplifted by these values and embrace our common humanity to build a more just and peaceful world for all. Ramadan Kareem.
Muslims all over the world fast and pray during the holy month of Ramadan, which is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. And to the next story, global air cargo demand increased by 3.2% in January 2025 compared to the same period last year, marking 18 consecutive months of growth. According to data from International Air Transport Association, IATA report on January 2025 global air cargo markets, capacity also expanded by 6.8% year-on-year, reflecting continued recovery and growth in the sector. This meant that more goods were transported by air and airlines made more space available to meet rising demand. The IATA report also revealed that Asia-Pacific Airlines saw the highest demand growth, followed by North American carriers, while European carriers reported a modest 1.3% increase in demand, as Middle East carriers experienced an 8.4% decline in demand. Moving ahead, Bitcoin dropped by 5% today, slipping to $79,666 and breaching the $80,000 mark for the first time since November 11 last year. The decline comes amid uncertainty over the U.S. President Donald Trump's tariff and crypto policies, as well as lingering concerns over a $1.5 billion hack. The world's largest cryptocurrency has now shed 25% of its value since hitting a record $105,000 in mid-December, when hopes were high for pro-crypto regulatory moves. In a related development, Asian stock markets dropped today as investors worry about a global trade war. Japan's Nikkei went down by 3.3% and South Korea's Kospi lost 3.2%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng fell by 2.3%, while Australia's main index dropped by 1.3%. The US dollar remained strong as the Dow lost by 0.5%, and the Nasdaq saw its biggest drop in a month, falling by 2.8%. And finally, we move to sport. The United States National Football League team have been informed of a record salary increase of $279.2 million per club. This marks a significant rise of $23.8 million compared to last season, setting a new high for team spending. The NFL and the NFL Players Association have officially agreed on this figure, ensuring that all 32 teams must operate within the new salary cap as the league year begins on March 12 at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And that's all on the World News and Souq News Television. Thank you for watching. Remember, we are available on all social media platforms. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones and how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi, and I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady, and I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is a form feel work. I became the team. I had that honorable and direct professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't today. We had one for the almost it's not together. But for you, if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you, but at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, How can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So, you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, you know, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. You know, even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the world of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebodi, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the Managing Director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the Board of Trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the Board of Trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, you know. Ms. Aoshika talked about it, to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, talked about it. I said be ready to make sacrifices, but be mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities as a Christian, you know, and as a mother, as a wife. There's some things in my own life that I know are important. You know, when you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You know, you have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say three things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. You know, and I say it boldly that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts a disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyimika's character and decision-making. The journey of Oyeyimika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window.
She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. Well, I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped, because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we would go to Ijebu, we would go to Benin, we would go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing. Whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, dear viewers and listeners. Welcome to the very first episode of The Voice of the Faithful on Souq News Television, a special Ramadan series dedicated to guiding us through this sacred month. My name is Sariyat Adeshewa, and I am honored to be your host on this enlightening journey. As we begin, let us take a moment to ask Allah for His blessings and guidance. Oh Allah, bless us in this Ramadan and grant us the ability to fast and pray with faith and sincerity. To help us start this Ramadan the right way, we are honored to have with us Dr. Abdurrahman A. Lawal, the founder and chief missioner Nadwat Global Assembly, who will be discussing entering Ramadan, preparing the mind, body, and soul. Without further ado, let's welcome our guests as he enlightened us on how to make the most of this blessed month.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين. I seek refuge with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from the accursed Satan. And I begin this little understanding of Ramadan. As you know, Ramadan is here with us in the name of Allah, the most gracious. According to the Quran chapter 2, verse 183, Allah says, Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu kutiba alaykum siyam kama kutiba ala alladhina min qablikum la'allakum tattaqun. Allah says, O you believers, the fasting in the month of Ramadan has been prescribed upon you as it was prescribed for those before you. I mean, we're talking about the Jews and the Christians. They were also enjoined to have their own fasting according to the will of God Almighty. But we're talking about the month of Ramadan. It's the 9th month of the Islamic lunar calendar. The 9th month where it comes after Shaban. And we need to know, because we always have this annual argument, annual debate about who have seen the new Christians, for the beginning of Ramadan. Some base their argument upon the words of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that said, because Al-Quran that says the Prophet had already gone many years ago. So it emphasized that before the commencement of Ramadan, the first important thing is for you to sight the new crescent. And by calculation, it further explained that when we are looking for the new moon, the imagine of the new crescent of the month of Ramadan, at times it may not be all that easy for anyone to barely see it emerging from the sky. And it furthered that وَإِنْ غُمَّ عَلَيْكُمْ فَاكْمِلُوا شَعْبَانَ. But if it is being obscured due to weather or any circumstances, ensure that you calculate the completion of Sha'ban to be 30. So we're talking about 29 or 30 of Sha'ban before the commencement of Ramadan. So when Ramadan comes, what are the things that is required of a Muslim? Some will say a good Muslim. Being a Muslim is being a Muslim. Not a nominal, not a part-time, not an annual Muslim. It has just to be Muslim. And when we're talking about Muslim, these are the real believers that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to in Quran chapter 2 verse 183. That Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, O you believers, kutiba alaykumus siyam. The prescription or the decree or the ordain of the fasting in the month of Ramadan has been upon you as it was to those before you. Allah says, what are the reasons for us to fast in the month of Ramadan? That is the key word here. Allah says, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you may rise up, you may be more godly, you may be more of piety, you may be more of God consciousness. So that is the word. It's not just because we want to fast in the month of Ramadan. Oh, Ramadan is here, I want to fast. The core, the main important thing for us to look into is that word, لَعَلَّكُمْ تَتَّقُونَ, so that you may assume to be more righteous. So when we're talking about being righteous, that's a piety. Just to put it in the layman word, that is the fear of God Almighty. That is the fear of Allah. So anyone that is coming into Ramadan, usually, even after, when we are now moving towards the end of Ramadan, this is another argument, this is another theme, this is another topic that comes after Ramadan. What next? To me, I don't see that as a good question from someone that had fasted for 29 or 30 days. Because when we look at the annual calendar, we have 12 we have 12 months in a calendar year. So, and for 11 months, you might have done all sorts of things, but when Ramadan comes, you just have to be more gorgeous, to be more godly, and to be more righteous, to have the piety of Allah. When we're talking about breaking down the piety of Allah, it involves a lot of things. For you to be kind, for you to see others as yourself, for you to be human, to mankind, to extend the goodies that Allah had endowed you to other being, to other creation of Allah. Not even Muslims, not even mankind. It could be to animal, it could be to fruits, to another thing. So this is what we are talking about, being la'alakum ta'atakun, to be God cautious. So now, how do we go into Ramadan? The first important thing, and that is the soul of any actions in Islam and elsewhere. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Innamal a'malu binniyat." Every action shall be judged according to intention. For anyone that goes into Ramadan without having the intention, is just making some kind of hunger exercise. That is just it. You just have to make your intention, because intention matters when we talk about the religion and the act of obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when bringing the intention, it has to be from the very first night. When we're talking about the very first night, is the night that we gather to observe the Taraweeh Nafla, that 10 rakah of 5 salama. It's after that you now bring your intention forth that you intend to fast the whole of month of Ramadan. So when we talk about the whole of Ramadan, we have to take into consideration of women in their cycles. So whenever their cycles comes and it ends, they will now renew their intention. So it's not as if, okay, how am I going to do it? Into some school of thought, if anyone fails to bring up his or her intention on the very first night of Ramadan, that means before the pre-meal dawn, he or she will need to renew the intention that, oh, I intend to fast today. Because the key word there is intention. Before anyone could start to partake in the fasting on the month of Ramadan. Some other people say, how do we, if non-Muslims, is non-Muslim allowed to fast in the month of Ramadan? No. If they are fasting, okay, I enjoy fasting, some of my friends are doing it, the word injunction there, yeah, you're a lady in Amanu. For you to assume to be in the state of fasting of the month of Ramadan, you have to be Muslim. Because that is the fourth pillar of Islam. So, the first of all, you have to testify that there's no other being, no deity worthy of worship except Allah. And to be able to testify the messengership of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The second part is that of Salat. You must be observing your Salah before you start being fasting in the month of Ramadan. The third pillar of Islam, that is the Zakat, the official Islamic alms giving, which is 2.5 of your annual gross, kept somewhere without touching it for a whole calendar year. And then thereafter we come to the month of Ramadan and the fasting in the month of Ramadan. So anyone that has not been able to ascertain or to have testified that there is no deity worthy of worship except Allah, that is Shahada, and now joining the month of Ramadan, just using that, maybe intermittent fasting or trying to do that to keep his body shape intact. So what are things that we need to do when we are fasting? There are common mistakes that some people say. To me, that means that they are negligent of their religion, because the month of Ramadan is something that you look forward to. So, but at times there is a tradition of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that says, if anyone mistakenly gulp a bottle of water or some loaves of bread and now discover that I'm fasting, so intentionally, unknowingly, that's the word, unknowingly, because Allah knows us better than ourselves. And that is one thing about the fasting in the month of Ramadan. Either you announce it or you don't announce it. Either you let people know that you are fasting or not. Even voluntary fasting. Allah says, Asawmu li wa ana alladhi ajzi bi. To me is the fasting in the month of Ramadan. And I will be the one that will requite you, that will reward you. So it's about no one. I could have come out of my closet and say, and maybe after I've eaten, and I will be feeling the pangs of hunger. Today's fasting is somehow. No one sees me, but Allah sees me. No one knows what I've eaten or what I've taken in my closet, but Allah only, because His eyes sees everything. So this is a common mistake that some people say, okay, when I'm in the fasting, I mistakenly drink water or whatever. For whoever that does that unknowingly, we can say that we may have some kind of error or some kind of ignorance to some certain things, or maybe rising from a sleep or nap and just just open the fridge and just gulp the water or wherever. Unknowingly, his reward or our reward is intact. So there are some other things that we need to do to know and to observe. There are some mistakes that a lot of people, that are general mistakes, not about individual. Some will claim to be fasting while the salat is being pronounced, and they will sit idle without going to the mosque. So these are the mistakes. What are the essence of acting or fasting or act in the obedience of Allah, and whereas you are not actually projecting it, because it is through salah that we project that truly you are a Muslim, going to the mosque and coming from the mosque. So then there are some other things, watching TV, movies, listening to music. When you are in a core in the month of Ramadan, all these, even before the Ramadan, all these has to be minimal, because Islam is about the way of life. It's about yourself. It's about other people's around you. It's about your family. So it's about your being, yourself, and yourself. So you just have to take all this into consideration. Not using all the time on social media, switching from one handle to another or from one app to another. You just have to involve to be more, because the core, I will still be mentioning the core reason why Allah asked us, why the prescription of fasting in the month of Ramadan was given to us, is for us to assume to be more righteous, to be more godly, to have the piety of Allah. So what is the essence of someone that is fasting and does not pray 5 times obligatory prayers accordingly? What is the essence of someone that claims to be a faster and yet he spent all the night arguing with other people? Oh, no. Chelsea and Manchester, whatever. So we shouldn't indulge ourselves in such activity. Rather, to be more obedient of Allah, to dip ourselves into that act of obedience, reading of the Quran, listen to the exegesis of the Quran, try to prove yourself to be more than the way you are before you go into Ramadan. So this is very important. Even some people will be sleeping based on some hadith that said that even when you sleep during the month of Ramadan, you get rewarded. So, but you can't just be using all the time to be sleeping. So, and there are rules that guides the fasting in the month of Ramadan. What are these rules? They are just basic. We have mentioned about intention. The other thing is the pre-meal dawn. Pre-meal dawn, pre-dawn meal is something that you have to take. It's called sahur. And Rasulullah sallallahu said, "Ajilu futuro wa akhiru sahuro." Hasten to the breaking of your fast. As soon as the sun sets, try as much as possible to break your fast. And wa akhiru sahuro. Akhiru sahuro means delay your pre-dawn meal. Don't take your meal around 1 a.m. or 2:30 a.m. or 3. Make sure that it falls around that time that Allah says, "Atta yatabayyana lakum al-khayt al-aswad min al-khayt al-abwad." So to the time that you can be able, because by then there's no difference of how we can be able to manage time or to really know what the time says. He said, Allah says, to be able to see the difference between the white and the black thread. So that's talking about the core dawn. So for you taking your meal before that period, to some school of thought, they say that your fast is not as much as that of in a compliance with Allah. Because Allah says, "Atta yatabayyana lakum al-khayt al-abyad min al-khayt al-aswad," until that dawn really comes into visibility. So we talk about, so when we look at the health implication of fasting in the month of Ramadan, the health implication of fasting in the month of Ramadan, according to the British Council of Cancer Research Council, they discussed that for anyone that fasts at least 72 hours in a month will not be prone to cancer, will not have anything related to cancerous disease. So when we look into this, so the blessings of Allah upon us, that is human research, that just 72 hours, but we're talking about 29 or 30 days of fasting. So this is to reinvigorate our metabolism. That is the health implication. Because some say, why will fast? Because, thank God, people in diaspora or in the Western world will be having less than the timing of our fasting this year, compared to some other years that they will fast for about 18 or 17 hours in a day. Some people will see that, wow, how will you abstain from eating or drinking for almost 18 or 19 hours? The health implication therein is your organ, your system, especially our bowel, will have rested, and it will give us some kind of, when we have our intake of breaking the fast with a good and balanced nutrition, And when we talk about what are the things that we are supposed to, concerning the blessing month of Ramadan, we talk about the hydration. When we talk about hydration, because we feel the pangs of being thirsty. So things that we need to break our fast according to from the source of the most blessed person on Allah ever created. That is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He said, the best thing for you to break your fast is with water or dates. When we look at the date is antioxidant. It has fiber. It contains about 7 or 8 vitamins. So breaking your fast with dates and with water will really be of a good thing to our health. Not just rushing into the food and be gulping everything. That will definitely have some kind of health implication. So these are things that we talk about. These are the blessings and the benefit of fasting in the month of Ramadan. Then we look at the social gathering. In the month of Ramadan, we have social activities. We go to lectures. We go to listen to exegesis of the Quran. That is tafsir. We host our friends. Okay, I will be having iftar in my house. Could you join me? Could you come? Someone will invite you over. These are integration of socialization that the month of Ramadan had brought upon us. So we should try as much as possible to maximize all the opportunities therein. And in Ramadan, there are some people that will say double-double. What it is meant by double-double? Double-double means that whatever act of charity, whatever act of goodness that you try to do in the month of Ramadan are reward in more than during any other month. For instance, a lot of people try to give their zakat in the month of Ramadan. It's because they want to have the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in manifolds. Some will go on Umrah during the month of Ramadan, especially the last 10 nights of Ramadan, looking for the night of majesty. So, according to the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that said, whoever that partake Umrah in the month of Ramadan will have the reward of those who performed the Umrah with him while he was alive. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So these are the benefits of the month of Ramadan. So reading the Quran in the month of Ramadan is another way of accumulating points. I will say points here because Allah says Alif, La, Mim. Those 3-letter words will have its reward according to the letter. So we are talking about, we have about 6,235 verses in the Quran. So for whoever that able to complete the whole of Quran in the month of Ramadan, the benefits therein, the blessings of Allah of such little action, it cannot be described by anyone but by Allah Himself. So it is my prayer that as we are going into the month of Ramadan, may Allah make it a blessed month for us, and grant us all the benefit therein, from the giving out charity, from assuming the state of fasting ourselves, from gathering among the brothers and sisters in Islam. May Almighty Allah grant us its manifold reward in abundance. I pray Almighty Allah for the state of Lagos State and as well as our nation Nigeria to have the peace that we all crave for, and for the policies of the government to be the one that will suit us and to have a beneficent one to all of the citizens of this great country. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta wa astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayka. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. My name is Sheikh Dr. Abdurrahman Adiyajulawa, the Chief Missioner of Nadwa Global Assembly.
May Allah make this session beneficial for us all. Amen.
Alma. I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School for Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children. Federal School for Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers. Talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protest. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corpers. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, Souq, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. I mean, we interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. we sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromo-Laran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment. Treatment in oncology. People in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explored a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money or whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, there is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice. You are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies. You know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate development, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessment, space planning. We work with them, and these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had the former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.